Oh, you still there?
Yeah.
Cool. Got some water and shit.
It's always good. I got some vodka. That's
Just don't drink too hard.
no.
You don't have a last time.
Listen, I've learned my lesson, and I also did not. The only reason I pretty much I've quit drinking.
Okay.
For the most part, but
Hey, man. Yeah.
it's because, like I said, the medication I'm on.
Yep.
That's why it's like it fucks with me as
All
hard
right,
as
it hits twice as hard. I got you.
Yeah, it hits twice as hard. And so that's why it just wasn't pretty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all things in moderation,
Yeah, and basically the reason why I wanted to have a shot was basically just to say, Happy New Year, fuck 2020.
Fuck 2020. Yep.
And you know what?
Are we live? Well, we live now,
live,
right?
We're live.
Yeah.
Fuck 2020.
Yeah. So, yep.
And I'm basically, this is my way of giving it a send off and my middle finger.
Fucking right. Real talk. Real fucking talk.
Real talk.
Yeah. So like, let me. I went pretty deep in the research on this one, so there's like a million pages and tabs and things. I want to like pop up on here. But yeah, like give me a second. So like funny ways that like people did like kind of their own little like fuck 2020 little like home celebrations or whatever, like I saw some people like go out still, or like have little, I guess maybe not go out, but like have like kind of like parties in their house, dress up in their house. I mean, COVID is still a thing, for the sane of us, but I mean, you gotta celebrate the end of the year in whatever way you can, especially like turning over a new leaf. 2020 was the slog, man. Like, like it was like, I was part of like, I kind of want to start the stream today, be like, yeah, so that was a thing. That was the thing that happened. But I mean, it's that 1 year is done. That 1 year's in the books. It's over. So, there's a vaccine, that's out now. That thing didn't exist.
Oh, it's out
12 months ago. Yeah, people in the States are already getting vaccinations. There's like at least, I think, 3 of the, I think 8 vaccines that are out are like already in the States. People are already getting vaccinations. It's not going as like it could. We wish it would go faster, obviously, because like I'd love to be going to the beach or going to the movies or doing normal stuff that we did before COVID that I kind of miss. But yeah, I mean it's progress is being made. It's starting to happen. So I mean pieces are coming together. We will have the return to normalcy now. I think we're kind of over. We still got some legs to go left, but we're over the hump. But yeah, so like, what did I see? I saw this really great. I'm gonna post it on the little thingy so you can share it. But
do you want to post it into the chat or?
Yeah, I'll just post it in the chat. That's the easiest way. I thinking.
Mean, if you can do both, I can like. Maybe there's a way I could bookmark it when I actually post the podcast.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's asking.
It's gonna be all over. So I mean, just do the important stuff. But I mean, yeah, it'll be in the VOD. But yeah, so like this is one thing that I saw. If you wanna pull that up as someone's 2020 send off celebration / fuck you to 2020.
This is amazing.
Yeah, isn't it?
This is great.
He's gonna throw it up on the video for anybody who's watching the VOD, but for like anyone who's like just gonna watch this by audio, basically someone like they went on their, I don't know if it was a bicycle or an Uber, I can't remember. They like did the little GPS track or app Strava. A lot of people use it for like the runs. One of my good friends posted his like run totals for the year. Like totally put me to shame. Ran like 1,000 miles this year, and I'm like, fuck me, I ran like maybe
that's hard work.
20. I was a bitch a little bit, especially when it came to fitness 2020. But I mean, you learn about yourself. And I learned I gotta get in better shape. That's just facts. But yeah, so basically they drew a middle finger by GPS.
This is
And it's
hilarious.
actually pretty fucking hilarious. Like, it's four fingers. They're missing a thumb, but like, yeah, hell yeah, like they did it like probably like, right on the end of 2020, and it's a good way to send off that fucking hell of a year, man. It's been a long year for a lot of us, bro. Felt like 2-3 years rolled into one. Kind of like, I mean, there's like the whole like time passes faster when you're having fun. Well, it passes a hell of a lot slower when you're not.
Yeah, like
Straight up.
I was when I was listening to. Oh, actually, before I finished my sentence, I
Yeah.
didn't actually take my shot yet. I'm gonna.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
let's
pull,
do it.
pull it.
Let's
I'm
do
gonna
it.
pull. I'm gonna pull this up to the chat here, and
How pie.
this is for a great year, and hopefully
A better
next
one
year.
next year.
Oh,
Hell
yeah.
yeah. Hell yeah.
But
Nashovi. I don't know all my good toast words, but yeah, when you're ready,
all right. So
I'm a clink a fictional gal. Okay, so you want to do
yeah,
like a count off?
I already took it, but here I'm gonna clink with you anyway.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Nice. All right, balling.
All right, cool.
Shots, as the prophet Lil Jon would say.
Everybody. Oh, wait.
But
So like as
yeah,
you were saying, is like it's like the longest year, with the pandemic.
it
But
felt like more than 1 year. It felt like more than 1 year wrapped into 1 year. It was crazy.
it definitely did, and like I was listening to Maximilian talk the
Yeah.
other night, and he was like
Nice.
saying,
Yep.
yeah, he was just saying like how it was the longest year, but it was also like the fastest year, like slowest and the fastest year at the same time. Like I don't know, it felt like a paradox of a year for me. Like
Dude, like yeah, like the human sense of time is like it's subjective in that like it changes with response to stress, and like when you're stressed out, yeah, like shit that actually doesn't take that long can feel longer, but at the same time it's also like it can feel shorter too in weird ways. So like yeah, it was weird. It was, I think a lot of people, like, I mean, there were so many crazy things that went on. I think COVID was definitely kind of the overarching like biggest thing that affected the year on the whole for people.
yeah,
Just like life changing events, like world changing events. But like, yeah, like it was such a big destabilization factor. Like it sent a lot of people on different paths than they would have normally taken through life
definitely.
year. I think everyone had to have their own little personal like journey of kind of discovery or self discovery. Everyone kind of went like, I mean, like people like to joke about how classics and like fables and fairy tales are like kind of analogs for like human life, but like I feel like we were all really kind of on our odyssey this year. We were all kind of like, man, this shit's weird, but roll with it and try to learn something about ourselves. And yeah, like I feel like a lot of people like they got like for anyone who's like out there that had a job at the beginning of the year, got unemployed. I mean, shit sucks. Our government is trash.
Yeah,
Obviously,
definitely.
help you. Whatever you did, what you had to do to get that bread, get you fed. Good on you. I mean, hey, that's resilience. You know what I mean? Like whatever new skill you had to learn to try to get stuff done. I mean, that's personal growth. Like whatever skill you had that you hadn't used in a while, but you had to get like in touch more with, that's still growth. And like I feel like that's like, if we're gonna talk about like interesting or good things in 2020, I feel like a lot of it was just kind of making the most of like not always so great situation, but like a lot of like kind of personal growth came from that, or getting kind of like more in touch with yeah, like stuff about yourself you didn't know, or stuff about yourself you were kind of ignoring for the normal day to day. Or just kind of like, I mean, I saw that meme that was like people bitching about 2020, and then the pets were all chilling in heaven, and like, oh yeah, it was the best year ever. My humans stayed home every day, and it was just like, yeah, I mean, shit, like everything is perspective. But I mean, like I feel like a lot of people got to see their life from other sides. They got different perspectives on their life than they were getting a normal year for whatever reason in 2020. And I think like in a way that's going to be very informative to them for the next chapter of whatever their life is. So I don't know. Like I'm trying to like pull the big takeaways here from 2020. But like, I mean, do you have anything to add? I definitely think this was like definitely a different year than most years for a lot of people. But I think there was definitely something to be learned about themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, holy shit. So I know for me, literally everything changed.
Yep.
From where I lived to my job, and
Yep.
you know,
And a big part of that was because of like, I mean, COVID. I mean, I'm not sure it was all because of COVID, but like that's a big changing factor.
it is 100% because of COVID.
Yep. Yep.
Like if it's not 100, it's probably like 90%.
That was like the causal factor. Like that was the push to get the ball rolling down the hill of change.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Basically, I know that for me, I would say that like for my number one thing is that I would say that I'm actually taking care of my mental health like better than I ever have, and that's
I think that was the big takeaway from 2020 is a lot of people learned that, hey, shit, like self-care, mental health care,
really
like
important.
care is a real thing, and if you're not managing your kind of internal life, there's like that's gonna come out in bad. That's gonna come out in places other where you don't want it to come out. So like learning to kind of deal with kind of your inner life or your personal life, or like just kind of the inner self care, the mental care. That was big in 2020, man. Like it was like having to tackle hurdles that you don't normally get. You're not normally exposed to as much because you're too focused on either the grind of work or the grind of the day to day or the grind or the distraction of like the normal. No, 2020 wasn't a normal year, and the abnormal forced you to focus on your. I think it forced a lot of people to focus on their inner self. Like I know for me it did, for a couple other reasons, but like yeah, no, like it forced a lot of people to have to start taking care of the things that I think they were neglecting for whatever reason. And I think a lot of people actually kind of learned some good things about themselves because of it. I'm kind of circling back to the same point I made, but like, dude, self-care, big ups in 2021. I think that's gonna like a lot of people learned that like there are other aspects of their life they need to start taking care of. There are other parts of their life that they weren't paying attention to that they have to pay attention to now. And they have to do a better job paying attention to now. And I think in the long run, it's gonna benefit a lot of people because it builds resilience for the long term. You know what I mean? Like if you can do stuff when it's hard, you can definitely do stuff when it's easy. So I mean,
for sure.
Yeah.
I would say that also, it's like, I like you had said, self-care and all that, and I'd always known that, this is something that I needed to do.
Yep.
But I just never bothered to pull the trigger, and then now that this all had happened, it's like I have to hit, you got to hit like rock bottom essentially before you can make a change sometimes, and I would definitely say like now that I'm actually working on things, I'm not saying like I'm completely better or anything like that, but
I mean it's a growth mindset. It's a process. Yeah.
It's definitely like, oh, well, this isn't as complicated as I thought it would be. It's just like anything else. It just takes practice.
Day at a time. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I think that's what a lot of people have had to force themselves to learn is like, the day to day wasn't there to distract them. So they had to start their own personal journeys of growth, and a lot of people learned that. Yeah, like I mean, we all have shit we got to work on, and I think a lot of people got more in touch with that journey.
I definitely
year for whatever reason.
I definitely think like it's somewhat of a blessing in disguise because I didn't realize how like certain aspects of my life were toxic until like I was able to step back and just look at everything. And honestly, I think like there's only so much, there's only a few things that I would actually move back to where I was living for.
I mean, yeah, it's like some of that stuff. I mean, it's. I'm not gonna say that shit was cosmetic, but I mean, like, it's one of those things where like you can be the richest man in the world, have all the material, whatever in the world, and still not be happy because you're not happy with your inner stuff. I mean, so like until you're actually kind of, you know, doing that inner work, yeah, like, the rest of it's not the whole picture. And I think a lot of people, I think that was the big story of 2020 is they realized that like, yo, there's this whole inner world of like how I actually feel about shit, and like, and with people having like more alone time, more time to like just live life out of the day to day, they started to like actually kind of question like, yo, like, maybe like this isn't things weren't going the way I wanted them to go, or maybe like I was ignoring certain like things about my life, or certain things my life was trying to tell me.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, it's I think this was gonna be, I think this is a like an odd growth year for a lot of people in a lot of ways, but like ultimately I think a good one, because I mean, again, I'm not gonna frame this as a argument about capitalism, but I feel like a lot of people just don't get the time, or like don't sit down and kind of process like, how was I today really? Like they don't have those self-analysis steps as part of their day.
Yeah.
uh, because they just kind of just don't have the time, or don't consider they have the time. And like I think 2020 really forced people to be like, no, like there are things about my life that I actually do need to
Uh,
change, because they weren't working any before. And like if I just ignore them, what am I doing? Am I really helping myself for the future?
Yeah, and I could say that like as somebody who like I personally have, I've exercised for a long time and it's been a big part of my life, and so is like dieting and everything
So,
like that. And I can say that like the mental game is a completely different subject, and you know, I would say that the two biggest skills that I learned and worked on are like one are like positive affirmations.
dude,
Or
that thing
like
was that's like I almost, can you like describe, like, I know we've talked about it before in person, but can you describe like what a positive affirmation is and what kind of like what it does for you? Because like I thought, like, personally, when I heard you describe it, I'm like, yo, that's something I should do in my daily routine, because like
it's
I
so
feel like,
helpful.
yeah, dude, like I feel like it gives you kind of like a mission statement for your day, or more even just a mission statement. I feel like it's like, I mean, I'll let you describe it, but like it's a way to really frame thinking around positivity,
Yeah.
and kind of like, kind of like checkmate out the negative thinking before it even kind of starts fucking with your day. But like I'll let you describe it, but like real talk, I mean, like it's a solid strategy. So like explain that.
Yeah, so essentially like from what I had learned about positive affirmations is that so you whether or not like for me, I no matter what happens, I have a inner dialogue that happens when I'm doing things subconsciously, consciously, and what you find is that some people have a negative dialogue that happens
Yep.
when like
Been
like
there,
some
know that feel. Yep.
yeah, maybe you think about like an argument you had with somebody a few years ago and you're like, man, yeah, I really don't like that person or something like that. And usually those things are tied to like insecurities or shortcomings or whatever it may be. And so like let's say like okay, so a big one for me is like I still care too much about what people think.
Yep.
And I didn't realize that that was a big a problem for me. So because I was like people were telling me things and I was like, oh yeah, like no I'm not. Yes you are. No I'm not. Yes you know what I mean. It's like there's no point in actually arguing with somebody about like
Yeah, yeah,
what they
yeah.
think. And
Yeah, I
so
mean, especially when it refers to like you, in most cases, it's like, yo, I don't care what your opinion is of me. Like I'm gonna do me like I always do, is what you should say to yourself.
right.
But I mean, sometimes like that's not what happens. You know what I mean?
So yeah, so like that's the thing is so the positive affirmation comes in at this point where I will sort of like backtrack into like things that people had said and what I had said at that, and like how I'm right or how they're wrong or whatever. And then so basically what I do is I stop myself from this thought pattern by saying things like so the big thing for me is like, I could care what people think, but that's a waste of time.
Yep.
And so like anytime that I find myself going down that same thought pattern, or like, you know, going through that same conversation, I'm like, I could care what people think, but that's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. I could care what people think. And I just keep saying it over and over and over again until I stop. Like, you know, like I might say it 7 times, or, you know, however many times. And then I'll keep doing whatever it is that I'm doing at work, usually is when I think about it. And then, you know, if it pops up in my head again and I catch it, then I'm like, I could care what people think, but that's a waste of time. You know what I mean? So it's a trigger. So any sort of like shortcoming, like maybe you're not doing the work you want to do. It could be like, I know
when you start like getting rather than like starting to get negative and like hating on yourself, you know, you just be like,
oh, well, maybe I'll do it later. You could say, well, I could do it later, but I know this is better for me. And then like, you know, you can, so that's how you sort of just build affirmations, and like I write them all down. So like and you know, every day for a while I would go through and I would read the entire list, and I would just, you know, read it, and then I would read it again, and then I'd read it like until like I sort of like have that defense mechanism, like it becomes subconscious dialogue. So you don't have to think about it as much, unless, you know, the big ones, like for me, caring what people think. And you know, and I would say like as soon as I stopped caring what people thought, it really opened up like a whole new perspective to why like there were certain negative things in my life, or otherwise. You know, and I let other people's thoughts bother me for far too long. I
mean, the idea is really just kind of like to try to kind of curtail negative thinking before it becomes kind of like not even just a negative behavior, but like before it actually becomes like a negative action. It like affects, you know, the good work you are trying to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I kind of find that, like, for me at least, if I'm irritable, like most of the time, it's because I'm having those subconscious negative thoughts that I'm not keeping under wraps, where like I'm like, why am I always in such a bad mood? And it's like, well, you know, why am I always so anxious? And it's like, well, it's because you're overthinking things. You're thinking about all of these bad things, and you're letting that say, like, you're letting your inner dialogue decide, your negative inner dialogue decide who you are as a person. So I would say like that, and also guided meditation being the other thing that really helped me, and it's surprisingly effective. I subscribe to an app, and I think it's like I have a year subscription or something like that. And
what is it? Is it like Calm or like one of those?
It's Metatopia is what I'm using. Yeah.
Check it out.
And so Metatopia is a really solid app, and what I do is like I will go to work, and like maybe I'm like on my break or something, and I'll take 10 to 15 minutes and I'll just meditate, and it basically just like for a little while it'll change the path of like how your day is going.
Hell yeah. No, that's I mean, yeah, I mean,
so
that sounds dope, because I mean, again, sometimes a lot of it is like, you know, you just have to change your mindset. You kind of change your energy flow, and like, you know, shit works out better for like the rest of the day. Like when you, that's kind of the trap of kind of getting locked in a negative mindset, is that like, you know, it doesn't allow you to act as freely as you need to kind of get stuff done. It's more of a hindrance than a help.
Yeah, and I also think it's a big problem that people are very cavalier about how you know, like how you should handle your problems. They're like, well,
so like, I mean, not to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Most people are always kind of like, you start talking, and I'm like, oh yeah, but but no, like 100%. It's like one of those things where like I totally agree, and more of that, like I kind of one of the bigger points I wanted to make is that like we just not even just as a country, but I think as a society. Like, I'm not saying it's global, but like we just don't have good, not even just self help, but like we don't have good positive reinforcement for like developmental journeys, and like some of that's like emotional, some of that's like mental health, some of that's all the stuff like that. But like we're a lot quicker to harm than to help, and like a lot of sometimes it's just like, yo, people just need like a pat on the back and be like, hey man, if it's not working out today, it'll work out tomorrow. Like
Right.
sometimes
Yeah.
that's all people need. And like I'm not saying that's not all we need as society. Like we need definitely more mental health care, better self help care, a lot of different more cares than we do. And like, I mean, as I said, I hope in the future we kind of move to that more empathetic society, because sometimes like your homie just needs a pat on the back and being like, hey bro, like you today, but you'll get it tomorrow. And like they get it tomorrow, because sometimes like, like getting better at something is a journey. Sometimes living life is a journey, and I mean, it's one of those things where like, we're not really too receptive of kind of the constraints of the real world, and that people are people, not machines. But
Yeah, yeah, for
yeah,
sure. And like I think like the big thing that I figured out is that like everyone has to figure out their own language. And like some parents, like they're a bit older, they teach their kids that language, whatever it is, like the like how to deal with mental problems. Some parents do that, and usually those kids, they're probably a little bit more successful than the people that don't.
yeah,
And so basically, what I figured was like it's like when they say, well, just don't do that, that doesn't help anybody, because they haven't figured out their own way to trick themselves
hundred
into.
percent,
Yeah,
hundred.
it's your language. It's like how you, like, it's not just your language period, it's literally your individual
Yeah, it's like kind of
mental
how like
language.
if I kind of want to go like my it's like how you kind of communicate with your subconscious or yourself and stuff like that, and how you can kind of reframe how you do stuff. And yeah, I mean I still think kind of as a society we're still learning that as that's a conversation that needs to happen
Right.
for humans to actually just be successful in anything. Is like, sometimes they hit a wall, but it's like how we can teach them to kind of talk themselves around it or through it or over it, or how
Yeah,
we teach themselves to grow around it. That's the secret sauce. And yeah,
sure.
we're still, I think we're still kind of learning that as a civilization. um
Yeah, and like how do I put it? It's like to people who are a bit older, typically it's like, well, these things are they're like no-brainers. But again, it's like
oh yeah,
that's where the
sorry, no,
miscommunication, I'm sorry, that's where like I feel like a lot of miscommunication and like a lot of people being resentful towards other people comes in, because one, a lot of times, people, some people will teach their kids, or their to their other siblings, that it's okay, like if somebody's not doing well, you just lean on them, because it's more fun than telling them. Eventually in their opinion it's like, oh well, they'll figure it out, instead of actually, maybe they don't realize how to teach people the right way.
yeah, no, like as I said, it's I mean, if you want to work from the kind of the kind of like social theory of that, like, humans helping other humans is the way things get done, which I think is a pretty good generalist theory. I mean, like everyone kind of like teaching someone to like to to learn something for themselves is still kind of an unsolved problem. I mean, like we
Yeah,
have a lot of
that's yeah.
ideas of how we have a lot of ideas of the theory, but like you can't really teach someone easily how to kind of navigate their own kind of mind or body or soul. I mean, like that's something that they have to kind of figure out for themselves. But you can't just be like, "Well, figure it out, bro." It's like, well, okay, like I mean, that's why like you have kind of the myths of like the fucking like Chinese sensei giving like really cryptic, like fortune cookie like riddles, and it's like the person who's like, well, what's that supposed to mean? And it's just like, you'll know when you're ready. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, you gotta, like, you have to build it for yourself. But I mean, like, there are ways to kind of encourage people to do that rather than to kind of drag them down. And like, I mean, it's, if we want to talk about kind of like educational theory of like, I can't remember if it's like operant conditioning, but like kind of like positive reinforcement versus negative reinforcement.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm generally on the side that like there's a good middle road in there.
for sure.
To teach someone to like teach themselves, and like positive reinforcement is generally kind of the side you want to err on. But like there's like, again, like it's one of those things where like, again, there's a language, there's kind of like an intercommunicative language there that like, oh, we're just learning how to speak and like trying to teach someone to learn something for themselves. And hopefully we get better at it as a society. But like, yeah, no, like I feel like we're not there yet. I think we're getting better about it. But I mean, yeah, I mean it's one of those things where like, humans helping humans, like the theory hasn't all been kind of written down yet, and it's still very much a work in progress.
Yeah, and it's like, of course, there's the fact that like, it's only until you decide to take the advice, or you realize how, what people have been telling you is right. However you do that, that's only when you can sort of, find your own way. But yeah, totally. And I think that for me, 2020 has just been a whole lot of like, well, fix your mental health problems, and
Like,
hey,
well,
hey,
it's like, how do I do that? It's like asking someone to like learn how to like, I'm not gonna say it's like asking someone to like learn how to count when they've barely learned like 1 to 10, but I mean it's a similar struggle where it's like
yeah,
you're asking someone to draw a perfect circle where they
Wh-
just learned how to draw.
yeah, exactly.
Like, okay, like I can throw darts at a dartboard, um, but I mean that doesn't mean I'm gonna actually like win the game. I mean it's one of those things where
Totally.
like they're like learning the language of kind of the inner life, or that interior tool set, to be emotionally resilient or mentally resilient, or to deal with the very real impediences that some people find in kind of their mental health, is still a very kind of like, it's still a very kind of like touch and go, learn by experimentation thing. You know what I mean? Like, a solution that works for some people might not always work for everyone. And trying to learn kind of a robust way to be well adjusted, which is supposedly a thing. I mean, it isn't. Like, I mean, again, it's one of those things, but like learning to be kind of emotionally competent to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those are like, it's not something that's 100% really taught yet, especially for people that have like, I guess, are neurodivergent or have different than normal mental health. So like, yeah, it's one of those things that like we're still kind of figuring out, and I hope we
Well,
get better at it. But I feel like 2020 really taught people that, like, again, it's an area that needs to be worked on. So
yeah, and I think it's also kind of sad when you kind of realize that there are people in your life that actually want you to be in that position. Uh,
what do you mean?
like, uh, like for some people growing up in a family, uh, family members want to have somebody that they can push around. So
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like, I think we
it's such
come
a
from this
strange thing.
weird. Well, we come, like, in my mind, we come from this kind of like, the kids of modern America are the actually adults now, but like, I feel like growth is a journey. So like, even though we're 30, sometimes you still feel like a kid. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think emotional maturity kind of becomes a soup after 16, where like some people are making progress, like different people make different progress at different speeds, is the easiest way to say it.
Yeah.
uh, but or depending on kind of what emotional stimulus or things that happen to them is, but
Yeah.
like I feel
Like
like we come
trauma.
from we come from an area of like the 50s where it was just like, just get it done.
Rub some
Like, we
dirt
don't care
on
how
it.
it's done. Like, we just get it done. It's like a very masculine, kind of aggressive, like, no, you just do it.
It's super
Like, you
ineffective.
don't ask questions, you just do it. And it's like whatever it costs you mentally, emotionally, you just deal with it. Like, and and I feel like that came out with a lot of negative outcomes because like you had a lot of parents for that generation that like had really terrible, shitty things happen to them, and the just deal with it is like, okay, well, I have no idea how to deal with it, so I'm gonna repress it. And what happens when you repress emotions? They come out in other places.
Oh god, yeah.
Sometimes in raising your kids, which is like even worse because it's like, well, great, you're just passing along that generational trauma.
Yeah, then there's that like old school mentality of like, well, if you're not learning this, well, then we're gonna beat it into you, and then it's like, and there's still a lot of that exists, and at least in my experience, and it's just sort of like, if we had one conversation, that would fix everything. Instead,
yeah, no, I 100% agree, and like I feel like that's one of those things where like people are starting to learn. It's just like, well, like you can't just beat everything into someone to learn it. That's not a stable method to teach them. It's just like no one really like learns something until they understand something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, the beat it into the method isn't not an understanding method. It's kind of teaching by fear, not by understanding. Whereas when you teach understanding, they're like, oh, okay, we get it. And it's like that next second level logic kind of wasn't there.
Yeah, it's just like, well, it's just sort of like, I don't know how to teach this, and I'm mad, so I'm gonna show you. And like, I asked somebody, I asked this dude who was like 60 years old, and I was like, okay, how many times has somebody like ever hit you, and like you learned like a serious, valuable lesson from like an adult in your life as a kid, like other than like, oh, they're an asshole, and be afraid of them.
I think I can't remember where I saw this quote. It was an amazing quote, and I'm kind of sad about my terrible memory about it. But like, it basically was like, fear is an incomplete tutor. Like it can teach it can teach some concepts, but like it doesn't actually teach the whole concept. It just gives you kind of an indicator, but it's not the truth. It's like it teaches overcorrection more than it teaches an actual idea.
Right. And like, okay, so I think the phrase is well, at least the phrase that I've heard is like, there's a lot of wisdom in pain. And like, I've never like, I don't really, I've heard a lot of people say that, and I still don't believe it. Like like
100%. I think that's the dumbest thing ever. Like, I think you can learn, but like learning is so much more deep than just having an idea of something. Like, actually understanding something is so much more complicated than just like, ouch, this hurts, don't do this. Like, no, there's like, I mean, that's like the first time, like if you want to go like really primitive, like imagine like you're the first caveman and you got burned by fire, and it's like, well, like a normal caveman would just say, well, fuck, I'm just never going to use fire again. It's like, no, like you need to learn when it's good, when it's bad. Like, it's so much deeper than that.
Yeah.
And like, that's kind of that whole thing about how fear and pain are kind of like, I mean, they're bad teachers because they don't actually teach. They just they give you kind of an immediate instinct, but they don't actually teach you concepts. They don't teach you creativity. They don't teach you like, well, now that we've seen past the fear, like as I said, like I think that the first thing about like a fear is getting over it, because like once you get over it, you can actually learn. And like as I said, like teaching through fear is kind of a terrible method that way, because again, no one really learns. Not the deeper truth, not the higher instinct, but I mean, like, again, educational philosophy is still coming a long way and will still come a long way. I think that's a very kind of new concept. It's one of those funny things. It's like when you grow up in like our generation, like you learn about all these like really good ideas about kind of like, oh yeah, like educational theory should work like this, or like things should work like this, and it's like it's stuff that's not explicitly stated, but it sounds like good ideas. And then you become an adult and you have like no real reference frame for that like idea, but like you want to go back and like revisit it, but like it's just like what was that called? Like I feel like elementary school, middle school were all like the hall of like you learn a lot of great concepts, but they're not like well described enough for you to tell them to other people.
Like
And
theory,
then,
you mean?
yeah, and then you're an adult, and it's like you're just like I have vague ideas of like the education things that I think were good, because you try to hold on to the things that like you thought were good ideas when you heard when you were a kid, but it's like unless you kind of work in academia and you really drill down and try to find like this is
Yeah.
this is this, and like you know concepts by their actual name, it's hard to relate them, and like I totally feel like that's kind of the way with like just teaching education. Like I remember learning the different like there's like a bunch of different education types. There's like visual learners
Oh
and
yeah,
like
the ten.
the different based learners and stuff
Sorry,
like
what's
there's
that?
like a bunch of different education types. And then like I think another 5-10 years down the road, I'm like, that's an outdated theory. And I'm like, it seemed like a really good theory to me. Like I don't know why that's an outdated theory.
Right.
Because like I know a lot of people like I like to learn through. I'm one of those people that tries to learn through like experiment and visual and audio. But some people are people who can learn through reading, and to me they're the big geniuses because I'm like I can read it, but that doesn't mean I won't actually get it until I try it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And like
I'm very much like the same way. Like I have to be able to try something and then I have to be able to tweak it and I got to be able to like, that's why like obviously most people are visual learners and so that's why it's like yeah, like you said, like I'm the same way. Like I have to be able to like people can say like oh this combo in whatever Street Fighter works, but I'm like,
yeah.
"Oh yeah, but does it really?"
Yeah.
And I have to
You have to run it through in your head and like to actually kind of feel it. And yeah, I mean, if you're kind of an intuitive kind of learner, or like if you're someone who learns by like feel, I should say, then like yeah, it's one of those things where like different people learn concepts differently and kind of examine concepts differently, and like I feel like there's a big amount of truth to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm really big on like everything I do. Like at least when I was teaching jujitsu, like
Mm.
I would never try to teach, I would teach people how to do things, but then I would try to teach them how to figure out how to feel whatever it is that they're,
Yep.
like how they're doing it because whether like you have the confidence to do something or not do something, you have to have a feel for it. Like
Yep.
that's where and of course you want to do something and you don't want people to think, so you want them to feel. So like you think it first and then you feel, and then that's kind of how what you're aiming for. But yeah, totally. And then there's the other thing is like the older I get, the more it's like, yeah, man, like as much as I hate to sound cliche, but toxic masculinity is like definitely a problem.
Big problem. Big problem.
And especially
Yeah.
especially in my experience for someone who like comes from like a sports background where it's like it's literally like you have to be a certain way X or Y or you're not a man essentially, and
Well,
that's
yeah,
like
to me it's insane too because I mean like like if like I feel like toxic masculinity as I mean it can be described a million ways, but like one of the big fundamental problems with it that's still complained about from a lot of guys today, because that's kind of taught as the theory of sociology and how men should act and how men should be, is that like you don't get to express your emotions, nor do you get to have outlets for your emotions really, be them creative, negative, whatever, like good ones, but like there's no good quality control for work processing negative emotions.
quality control.
Yeah, yeah. There's no real good like outlet. It's not even just outlet for negative emotions. There's no like good. They don't. It doesn't provide you with tools to process a lot of those negative emotions. So
Right.
like a lot of people just end up with kind of the old tried and true bottling strategy, and like that never works because again, like when you try to bottle something that you know wasn't meant to be bottled, it constantly spills out in other places where it wasn't meant to, or doesn't need to be,
Yeah,
and
totally.
it becomes a problem in other areas because you're carrying around all this negativity. That's just like it just it leads to bad outcomes where bad outcomes weren't necessary
Right.
because outlets weren't provided there to process emotions.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
you didn't get the tools, and I would say like as like 100% type thing is like I would say that a lot of my like a lot of my therapy like things that I work on is like sort of like managing like, oh well, you can't just bottle every, because that was what I was taught. I was just taught like, well, you're a man, you don't handle your issues, and it's like, or no, don't handle your emotions.
Bury that shit deep.
Bury that shit deep. And man, did that burn a hole in my stomach.
Dude, it does. I mean, it leads to burnout. It leads to like negative thinking. It leads to negative outcomes. Like it was like to me, like if it were in a sane world, like in a world where like sports performance was actually thought of and taught, or like any time, like because like at a certain point it becomes a negative more than it is a positive. You know what I mean? Like there's like I remember back in like middle school where we're learning like theories of stress, and it's like there's like eustress, there's good stress, and there's like bad stress, and like at a certain point of being, it just turns into bad stress, and like you're not competing or performing or any of the things you're trying to do well because that negative is there, and like as like because one of the key tenets of toxic masculinity is that like processing emotions isn't taught, it becomes kind of like a self-feedback problem where it only kind of increases over time. So it's like, well, now no one's getting better at stuff. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times people hit walls in sports. It's like walls of like one of the first walls you hit is like the wall of like your own mind and just being like, you know, just a
Yeah.
toxic person to yourself. Um, and like that's a big hurdle to hit, and it's one that honestly I don't know why it isn't taught around, because it's just like, hey man, like sometimes like I'm not saying there's a simple fix, but like learning to kind of like forgive yourself or like process through emotions of like, well, I didn't get it right the first time. Like that should be like one of the foundational things you learn in any performance psychology. But like again, you know, there's old style thinking of how things should be done versus new style thinking, and it for the worst reasons, it takes new style thinking the longest time to catch on.
So like it there's this okay, in jiu-jitsu,
Yeah.
okay, there's this thing called the guard. I don't know if you're familiar with the guard, or the term the guard. So basically it's where you wrap your legs around somebody. So like the idea of this, like I don't know if you can see this on stream or whatever, but basically the idea is that you wrap your legs around the person's waist so they can't mount you and punch you, right?
Mhm.
So I actually used to like I'm not gonna name names, but there's this older like 60-year-old dude who refused to do that because it was like he saw it as unmanly.
Yeah,
And it's just like, and
that's just great. Yeah.
that's literally half. It's half of jujitsu, man. It's kind of, it's a little, it's like, okay, so what you're telling me is that if like you're fighting like an over 200-pound guy and he knocks you down, you're not gonna defend yourself because you know.
And I mean, yeah, that just smacks of like when you're that insecure. Like I mean, it just smacks of insecurity. I mean, like again, like that's probably not what he meant it, but I mean, like his quote unquote masculinity becomes a hindrance more than it as a help at that point, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Well past it. So yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like, I mean, you know, it's one of those things where like is dude just so not comfortable in his own skin that like, you know, it's like that's how that problem arised, or like, you know, I mean, I like obviously like I can't psychoanalyze this dude, I don't know him, but I mean like there's just so many like problems of just his like own applied,
yeah,
in that it's actually hurting him more than it's helping him. You know what I mean?
exactly. And it's just it just kind of got to the point where it's like, okay, well,
It's like, okay, bro, like you're missing the whole point of the
I
exercise. But
I hope you know the older you get, the harder it is to overpower people. So, you know, at some point you might have to be on your back, you know, in a fight. And it's just like, well, you know, you just
yeah, you could learn the technique, or you could waste time. But it's like,
yeah, exactly. Because I'm like, I'm still I still watch this guy get like bodied by people who are like
Yeah.
a lot less experienced than he is just because of this, and it's like, all right, well, you clearly
So,
are
like, I
missing
want
the
to come
point.
to that is like, it's one of those things where like the older you get, So one of the things about being so this is kind of another kind of outside philosophical point, but like one of the things I've noticed about being younger, especially being like in school age, like at least up through middle school, maybe high school, is that like you're you're more likely to get pushed back on your ideas,
Oh,
especially
totally.
your bad ideas, because you have bad ideas, and at that age, people will
Totally.
call you on it because that's a thing. It's an educational kind of mindset. It's educational atmosphere. But I mean, like the older you get, especially in like U.S. culture, and this isn't just like a toxic masculinity culture. I think this is just a kind of
Cultural.
a pride culture, is that like the older you get, the less you want to be called out on your bad ideas,
Oh,
even when
totally.
they're really bad ideas. Like I see, like one of the things about like 2020 I've noticed, and like just kind of general political divisiveness, is like you just have people like, especially like on Facebook, is that like you have people that like you interacted with, became friends with, became Facebook friends with, kept in contact with, that were rational, logical thinkers, at least when you thought when you met them.
Yeah.
But like some of the stuff you see them posting on Facebook is just like full of basic logic errors, and you're just like, bro,
Yeah,
like
what's going on?
how are you making these logical errors? They're so simple, and like to you, they're so simple and
Yeah.
trivial. But it's like when you're like it's one of those things like when you're an adult, you're not used to being checked on stuff like that. And even further, like depending on kind of your level of, I'm
Awareness.
not talking about pride, but it's like you like when someone calls you on something that they think is BS. Like I've seen so many people double down on things that are just like, no, that's silly, man. Like, why are you doubling down on this silly thing? And it's just like,
Yeah.
oh, like no one tells me what to do. I do what I want to do, and it's just like that doesn't stop you from being wrong. Like, yeah, like we don't like as much as people want to joke we live in a post-truth era. It's just like you can lie to me as many times as you want, but like some shit is easily factually verified, and like a lot of times you're just wrong, and you telling me to my face that you're not wrong doesn't change the facts.
Totally.
Um, and even stuff that's like kind of sketchy, it's just like, well, let's think about this logically. No, you're probably wrong, bro. Like, like where are you going with this? It's like,
It
and it,
just
like, dude, it's so like, as I said, like, I really feel like one of the great, I'm not gonna say one of the great like missteps, but like one of the great like unstudied fields are in that should have become more to the forefront so people could actually understand like what happened with like the whole 2016 campaign, like a
oh
literal
boy.
getting elected, shit like that. It's just like just kind of theories of
It's
like mass communication, and it's just like
so it's
how if you say something a million times, like some people will start believing it, whether or not it's true or not, because I
yeah.
mean, they just hear it, and it's like it just subconsciously gets in there, and it's one of those things where like people's kind of like like people are malleable, like people's ideas of things are malleable, and like if you hear someone like tell you that like the moon is green 30 million times, then at a certain point you're going to start believing the moon is green without like you really fight to push back on that. And like I feel like a lot of that happened like even in fucking 2020 with the fucking election and shit, and like not even just that, but like with like dude, so like the dumbest thing for me, it was like hearing Trump say that like he was like, "Oh yeah, like I've done more for the black community than any president ever," and it's just like, what?
What?
And then there's just like even Abraham Lincoln. He was like, okay, maybe not Lincoln. It's like, well, what about the guy who did the Civil Rights Act? It's like, oh yeah, no, more than him. And it's like, what?
Oh my
Huh?
god.
Like
He just starts saying bullshit.
easily
And
counterfact.
he's not being checked.
Yeah, and it's like how is the news media this bad at checking? And it's like, okay, yeah, I realize the media is trash, and like it's not even just the media is trash. It's that like they're bad at calling the truth out, even though that's ostensibly should be their job. And
The
it's like, yeah, maybe they don't want to lose they don't want to lose interviews or shit, but it's like bro, this man is clearly bullshitting, but like people that like don't know enough about history are gonna start believing it. And like that's what a lot of people did. Like I saw them interviewing like some black people out there, and it's like, man, Trump's done more than any other president ever. And it's like, wait, you really believe that? And it's like, fuck, man. Like your history teacher's done you wrong. Like, I mean, more than just that, but like, fuck. I mean, like, you can't do like the fact that like people can just be allowed to say stuff and not be checked immediately is definitely a huge problem in our modern media. Because like, if anyone's gonna keep the truth or speak the truth of history and fact in between fiction, like the media should be the vanguard of that. That's their journalistic responsibility. Whether or not they live up to it, different story.
No. Yeah, and
that should ostensibly be their job, but it's just like I've heard some dumb stuff. I've heard like this past year I've heard some dumb stuff, and it's like I know adults don't like being told what to do. Like I saw a lot of that with the anti-mask shit, and it's just like, well, you do realize this is
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm young. I'll be fine. It's got a high survival rate, and it's just like, yeah, but not everyone is gonna be fine. So if not doing it for you because you're an idiot, do it for other people. But no, we couldn't even move the needle on that. And it's just like it's more than that. Like there were people their age that died of COVID. Like a lot of people don't understand with how diseases work. Like if you get a high exposure to any disease, you're dead. Like it's disease is like a statistical growth rate equation. Like if you get a high enough original exposure to like even something that's survivable, you're dead because it's just going to replicate faster than your body can deal with it. Like it's one of those things where like people are looking at numbers in a vacuum thinking they understand them when it's like, no, that's not how this works. Like
it's like reading a title of an article without actually reading what it's about.
It's even worse than that because people have like misconceptions about like how like statistics kind of work in like, oh my god, like I've seen people this year that have like master's level degrees make just insanely bad statistical like just misconceptions, and it's just like bro, clearly we don't teach this well enough in school. I get that, but it's like just there are things that like you would think like if we had a rational intellectual community that wanted to speak truth to power, and like of course I'm making a thing up because that's I'm just saying like I'm literally saying in a perfect world smart enough people would call out people on their BS, and it's like, well, no, we don't live in a perfect world. There's a million other hurdles between that, but it's like if you're clearly recognizing that some like there's been an intellectual failure along this line somewhere, and that like it's gotten this bad in this country, it's just like, man, like this is a problem that like, oh boy, this is gonna like I'm not saying I don't like this is going to be an ongoing problem. Is what I'm saying.
It definitely is. And like I met somebody who like they didn't know that like anxiety and depression were like mental illness. Yeah. And like it's just like little simple things like that, or that
that's one of the other things. It's like people don't understand that like the human mind is squishy, man. It doesn't always work. It's not a perfectly engineered tool. Yeah. Just how people have like defects in their eyes where their eyes don't see right or they need glasses. Some people have brains that don't work the same way that the average brain works. And like, hey man, you like have like if you know anything about the brain under stress, you can break a normal brain just by stressing it out. Like
yeah, totally.
Any of the stuff about like
water torture.
Yeah, like waterboarding, like or not even waterboarding, but like what the US does to like simulate torture, even though it is torture by the UN definitions, but like totally. Depriving people of sleep for like more than 48 hours, that'll fuck your shit up. In fact, like this is a meme, but like the Guinness Book of World Records took sleep deprivation off of the allowed list of categories you can go for. Why? Because it's been shown to destroy your brain. Like not sleeping literally destroys your brain. Like if you want an example in animals, like one of the quickest way they've killed like mammals, like rats, just don't let them sleep for like I think a week. I can't remember what the specific study, and they're dead.
And
it's a very easy way to kill something because the brain needs sleep. Like it literally can't function without it. Why do you think everything sleeps? Like
Yeah,
every animal sleeps at some point. Like it's that important. But you
yeah,
know,
and
fuck
like
around and find out.
yeah, and I could say for me personally, like when I was in a bad spot, before I moved and everything like that, that I don't think I was getting nearly enough sleep, and like I was like working two jobs, constantly stressed. And it's like, well, no wonder why I was in such a toxic environment, and and everything like that. It's because you don't have the ability to fight, or like you think right when
So yeah,
you're
when you're tired. Oh yeah, all your emotions are
tired.
like just different. Like they're I would say almost they're magnified. Especially
Totally.
your negative emotions when you're underslept because you're just running on adrenaline and the emotions that will keep you awake. Yeah, no, it's a bad cocktail.
and and
Um,
like I think like to a certain extent, like the older generations giving advice on certain things, like when they are right,
yeah,
but at the same time it's like I don't think people remember what it was like to not know something, you
yeah,
know
no, or like and that's what I'm saying. And it's like it's weird because like to
they don't have
me,
perspective.
like a lot of them still don't know, but they've become more sure of themselves with age, even though that surety isn't exactly warranted. As I said, like, it's kind of the thing about like like the older you get, the less pushback you get, and like you get kind of your own like I'm not gonna call it survivorship bias, but it's like like you become I think a lot of jaded in your own
It's
assumption
yeah,
of
totally.
correctness,
Yeah, it's like
even though
confirmation
you be
bias.
incorrect, and then like you could be telling someone wrong information, but because you think you're correct, you just throwing it out there, and the kind of that care for actually being correct is gone.
Or your
And
whole life somebody told you something was right, that was like an influential person, and you're
God,
like,
yeah, that's the double mind fuck because then they're like some people's like I'm not gonna say their whole worldview has to change, but like when you kind of like I mean don't base your ideas on don't base your idea about yourself on things that can change, right? But like it's one of those things that are like yeah, like sometimes someone finds out they're wrong about something that they thought this way about their whole life, and then they're just like, "What the fuck? My whole life is a lie." And it's like, no, you just didn't understand that thing, bro. Like, I mean,
yeah.
bro, we're humans. We're imperfect. Like, why are you sweating it so much, bro? Just like is relearning that hard? It's like sometimes you gotta go back to the lab and just be like, hey, like, I was wrong
Yeah.
about that. And like I guess taking yourself down a peg and being willing to learn something. I'm not gonna say it's difficult for some people, but I mean, it's sometimes it is. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's we get into this like hard to admit we're wrong, or even harder to admit we need to relearn, and it's like, well, I mean, are you really growing at that point? You know what I mean? Because I
um
mean, the world might move on without you.
yeah.
So I mean, bro, I mean, try to learn when you can.
And like I know that you probably want to like move on to a different subject, but uh
No, I mean, I think this was really cool. I kind of like when our discussions kind of spin out. But yeah, I mean, like one of the things I wanted to briefly just bitch about before we moved on is that like, bro, you grew up thinking adults were perfect and that they
yeah, I
had it
did.
all out, and then you get to be adult age and you realize, hold up,
We're all
no,
dumb.
that's wrong. Why didn't they like that should have been the easiest thing to tell people when you're a kid. It's just like, bro, I'm just figuring it out too.
Yeah,
Like
totally.
I feel like that should be the band-aid everyone just rips off right at 18, and we're just like, hey, guess what? I'm just like you from right now to like when you're my age. Yeah, it's a soup, baby. We're all figuring it out.
And that was
So
actually a big wall, and like it was a weird experience, but like in jujitsu, like when I was, when I lived out of state and like I started teaching and everything like that, people used to get mad at me for telling other people like, "Hey, I don't know everything." And like I'm still figuring it out too. I can be wrong about things. And it's just like, well, that just means you're not that good. And it's like, no, everyone's learning. They just like most people just don't admit that.
Yeah, like why is that like why
I
is
don't
that
know.
like a state secret? Why is that treated like the fucking Wizard of Oz myth? Like why? Like I mean, I get that like it's just so weird. Like that would be the first thing I'd want to tell an 18-year-old. It's just like, hey, bro, from here on, we're all figuring it out. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
totally.
use what you know, try to refine it, but I mean, you will be wrong, and that's okay because it's all a learning process.
Yeah, and I can say that like it's just like, well, you're not that good. No, actually, here's the thing is no one's that good.
Yeah,
Everyone's still learning. Some
yeah.
things I know for sure, some things I will tell you who taught me this. And like the problem is that people want to pretend like they're not going out and stealing ideas from other people, but most people are. Most people
Yeah, I mean,
aren't a
yeah,
fucking like
you're
genius.
always a product of like what came and like what you've what you've figured out and what you've even more than figured out like what you figured out and learned how to teach people because there's a total difference between like doing
Teaching.
a cool move or coming up with a cool like fighting game combo and then being able to reproduce it and then even later being able to teach it and why it's a good idea to other people. Like there's so many steps of understanding there, like more than just doing it once.
So it's like I think what it is it's like it's something about like giving like not wanting to give someone credit for something. It's like
Yeah.
it feels like that there was always an aspect of that where it's like,
Dude,
oh, okay.
I just think it's people not understanding the world is bigger than them, and it's like no one has it all figured out. That's kind of the I'm not gonna say it's the problem, but like it's like it's not perfect. Like like I'm not gonna say it wasn't perfect. It's not meant to be. It's like it's the world is bigger than you. Like you need to
Right.
understand that. Like it's like not a thing that works in most cases might not work in all cases, and there's a reason for that too. And
And
you have to learn it.
and that's the thing is like, and from my own experience, like I sort of just tried to always step outside myself and be like, hey, I talked to all of these world-class people, like really legitimately super good world-class people,
Yeah.
and like we speak the same language. I understand what they're talking about when I talk to them. And
Yep.
it's like listen, not everyone's going to be like LeBron James, but like you can still like I don't know. Like you could still talk to somebody and like
Yeah.
you can still understand concepts and things. Like I can talk to somebody about like high level and jiu-jitsu just in a conversation
Yeah.
and I can know what they're saying
Yeah.
and they
Not
can
even just
understand me
that.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. You can learn to be better. I mean, there's a huge difference between understanding theory really well and implementation. Like one of the best distance coaches of all time, Alberto Salazar, like literally a legendary distance running coach, never
Yeah.
ran distance. I think he did an entirely different sport.
George St.
But
Pierre is
yeah,
the greatest wrestler to never wrestle.
yep.
You know what I don't know if you know GSP, but like
I remember from him Captain America. Yeah, I mean,
so
obviously he's from UFC before he was in Captain America. But yeah.
this dude didn't never wrestle in high school, never wrestle in college. He just like he started fighting and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to go train with the Olympic national the Olympic team." And then he just like he out wrestled people that had like so much better caliber than he like so many better credentials than he ever had.
Yeah, some
Um
people have an intuitive eye for the theory of things.
yeah.
And that's a skill in and of itself. It doesn't mean they're perfect. It just means that sometimes they have a really creative eye for theory that a lot of people don't see. I mean, I would say that's one of the amazing parts of humans is that like everyone kind of brings a different talent pool, a different lived experience to different problems. And that way you can like if we're gonna crowdsource or call like humans one big computer, you can find out really unique solutions the different problems just based on someone's kind of own internal jazz, internal creativity to bring a problem.
I kind of see it as like people don't like the idea of like showing people how the sausage is made. You know, like there's got to be some kind of mysticism to it, or like they want to have that over other people, like, or they like it's like a sense of superiority.
I would say human ego is definitely a big thing in that, like, people, like, it's one of those things where people, how do I say this? People will think they understand things, they don't understand things, they don't understand as a way to make their world more smaller or manageable. When it's just like, no, bro, like sometimes you're just grasping at straws. Like you think you have like it can be more complicated than that. The rabbit hole often goes deeper.
Yeah, and like I can say like, all right, so I like I'll tell you, I had a conversation with a chemist once.
Yeah.
And like I have very limited knowledge of biology and like all of, like anything in like that sort of science subject, like on that side of things. And like I'm sitting there trying to compare things with him. And all this guy can think of is you don't know what you're talking about. That's what he said to me. And it's like,
he's
listen to me.
Of ego rather than trying to understand, which is annoying as shit. Yeah,
it's like I'm like, listen, I'm trying to understand you and what you do with your job, and then people always just say like, well, you don't know as much as you think you do, and it's like, okay, so
it's like, well, how do you learn then? Like, I'm trying to use my worldview to express my understanding
please,
of what they're doing.
I ultimately think that if people can't explain something to you, they're probably not a good teacher, or they're not really that good, you know,
or they're not listening, or because that's another big thing.
Not listening is
They hear through the lens of themselves and not actually hearing you, which is a problem because like I sometimes do that sometimes where like I'll think through my experience of something rather than actually hearing the person, thinking through what their words mean and being like, oh, this is what he's trying to say. It's one of those things where like you can be like listening to someone but not hearing them. And I feel like that happens a lot. Like people a lot of times people listen from a place of being defensive or wanting to defend kind of their own insecure natures or their own ego.
Like what I find,
like they fuck up everything in the process. Yeah.
What I find is that like what it is like a lot of people think that you're trying to see them as fraudulent.
Yeah, which is like we're just having a conversation.
Yeah, exactly. It's honestly like the two things that I
take ego out of the conversation.
Right.
Like that wasn't what I was trying to do. Like this is my own immature understanding of what you're talking about. But please listen to me so we can work on a mutual understanding. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like, listen, I just want to understand what you're talking about. I want to learn something. And then usually it's like, what makes you so special? Dude, it's just like that's all just like the toxic masculinity, or you're not that good.
Not even just that. I would say it's kind of we live in a society of egotists, unfortunately, and like I think that's one of those things where like it's one of those things we're starting to claw back because again, there's a middle way. But we're not there yet. But yeah, it's one of those things where like, bro, like I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just trying to understand. Like, can we calm down?
At the same time, it's like some of the jiu-jitsu people that I did talk to, these world-class people, they travel from city to city, and they probably do meet people that want to like make them seem fraudulent.
No, that's true. Some people are toxic, but I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, are you gonna let those people ruin your like how you communicate with people?
Because probably
at a certain point, like, once you get that, like, someone's being belligerent to be belligerent, it's just like, bro, you're not helping any of this. So, like, I can either waste my time talking to you, which I'm donating right now, or you can go away and we do something else, or like this, like at a certain point, it's like just starting to understand that, like, no, you're just wasting both of our time. So I'm done.
Yeah, and like it literally gets to the point where like I've had to tell people I like just to get past this little like this little like barrier. I was like, listen, I'm not that good. I just love jujitsu. I'm interested in it. It's like a passion of mine, and
Well,
it's like
yeah,
it's just sort of like, oh well, why did you have this error about you? And it's like, no, like
yeah.
dude,
It's like, bro, yeah, like, well, I mean, some people just suck. Some people just try to. I'm not gonna say they try to tear you down, but it's like they're not being productive. They're
their
not
their
being
their
they're,
walls
they're
are up.
operating in bad faith. I would say is the best way to explain that. But I mean, then yeah, like on the opposite end, I think you have in a lot of academic communities is that like you have people that have worked really hard to understand things, and yeah, they don't understand them perfectly, but they have the tools to start communicating some of those things.
Hmm.
I think there's a lot of overconfidence in that arena too, but that's a separate issue. But it's one of those things where like I think the people that like if I were to build like the perfect like science explanation platform, I would build like one where it was the masters and the PhD students that had to go out and explain science to people, not the doctors, not the people that have already done it.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
those people are like, okay, we're solving the hard problems, like we're doing the active stuff. But like, if you want the perfect science communicator, like like ask someone who's still kind of fresh in the field who's just learning those concepts because I think they would be able to explain it to a layman because they were laymen not so long ago.
Right.
They would do wonders for science communication or idea communication because like they would be able to do that like I can come down to your level and explain no this is the current theory of how things work at the time. um this is what we know. This is a little bit of why, but I might not be able to give you the big technical details because they don't have like if you're explaining something to layman, they don't have the technical foundation for it.
Right.
Um, but like I feel like there is definitely a great lost art in science communication where it's some of these ideas taking them out of technical and explaining them in words is kind of lost because I mean again like it is like technical understanding versus conceptual understanding is still a gap and like being able to actually like explain something or teach something at multiple levels of conceptual yeah
Yeah.
that's a skill even a lot of really good technical artists don't have.
Yeah,
um
one of my the best teachers I've ever had was not like anywhere near the like that technical, but he could
and
he could teach you how to ski. Like, you know what I mean? He's just that type of dude. Like he figured it out and he just
have that like empathic thought process where they can like do the mirror neuron computation, blah 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 blah. I could be all science if I want, but like they can actually kind of like put themselves in your shoes,
exactly.
understand what you're trying to say, and kind of try to find good analogs to teach. Yes, absolutely. I,
And
I would
like
say like you see that a lot in academia is like you have professors that are fucking geniuses, but like aren't great at teaching, and like it's a skill. It's still a skill.
and those classes are usually the worst.
Oh God, yeah.
And like for me, I can count on maybe one hand the amount of like good teachers I've ever had, which is kind of
Yep,
sad.
yep.
And
Probably counted on two hands, but I've been doing the school thing for a while. But yeah, it's one of those things where like the great teachers are far and few between. And there's a lot of teachers that are technical. They're very good at technical stuff, but they're not as good as relating the concepts.
oh man,
Um,
I'm pretty sure I failed biology because I hated the way the teacher
yeah,
taught, and it was
yeah,
just incredibly obnoxious.
yeah.
But hey man, why don't we, if it's cool with you, I
Take a
think
brief intermission, or what
we'll
we want to do?
we'll take a brief intermission, and I really need to pee,
Yep.
and then we can come back and we'll switch subjects.
Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. I had like, so looking kind of forward to into the topics we want to talk about. Like, I want to talk about like cool stuff upcoming 2021. I'll do like a recap of 2020. So yeah, let's do the intermission and then just come right back.
All right, man. Be right back.
Yep.
At least unmute me.
Yep.
Um, were you digging the Tekken Tag 1 jams?
Yeah.
That's a killer soundtrack, man.
Dude, yeah, man, I gotta go back and listen to them. Where are you finding them? Are they in Spotify?
Oh no, they're on YouTube actually.
Check it out. All right,
Yeah.
but yeah, so we're back. But yeah, no, just to finish up what I was saying, the last thing, it was just like, yeah, like the other trick is that like, there's the old adage of like the more you learn something, the more you learn that there's more to learn, and sometimes that can like, be one of those things where like, you become more insecure about it, kind of like imposter syndrome. It's just like, well, I mean, like you still have a lot to teach, even with what you've learned so far. So I mean, like you gotta learn to fight those feelings too, because like there's there is a place to still teach from what you have learned.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, yeah, we kind of went all over the place, but I'm not hating it. Um, what I will say is that kind of back on the topic of kind of wrapping up for 2020, wrapping up for the decade, wrapping up for all that, and then kind of preparing for what 2021. Um, yeah, no, like, was there anything? I'm gonna like, I have a couple like cool lists of stuff here for like best of all the other stuff like that. While I'm pulling those up, like, do you have anything like cool from 2020 that you wanted to like talk about or bring up?
Uh, well, like you mean like pop culture wise?
Yeah, it could be anything, man.
Um, I, oof, I feel like I don't know. I would say like I'm just happy that I'm like
Happy that the
I
years in the record books. Happy that it's
years
done.
yeah years in the record books and that like I fell off the path for a little bit, but now I'm back to slowly starting to become productive again and like dieting
Ah,
and
facts.
like like, focusing on my health
Making
and
making making art, doing things, focusing on health, all good stuff, man.
yeah, and then just trying to like stay busy and I don't know. I've enjoyed so far. I've enjoyed making a YouTube channel and Twitch and everything. And I would say that that's been really the biggest thing for me
Yeah.
is
No, I would. We're sorry. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. I wanna.
it's just taken an insane amount of work, but
You learned a
not
new skill though. I mean, that's really fucking cool.
yeah, I'm still learning, but it's definitely like my thing right now.
Yeah, it's a
But
cool hobby. Like it's almost like journaling or blogging or any of those things like that. But it's like doing it out to the world. I mean, I suppose that's what all those are. But this is like the 21st century version.
yeah, and at least I get to be social when I do it too, not necessarily you know it's all in confinement or whatever. But
Yeah, no, I would say that's kind of the coolest part about 2020 is that like dude, I mean, tech culture really took off.
oh, definitely, yeah.
Fucking, like, it's like remote work from home stuff, video gaming blew up, streaming, but like Netflix, like not even just streaming like on Twitch, because I will talk about the second, but like just like streaming apps like Netflix, Amazon, HBO Max. Like people got their TV watch hours in this fucking year,
Oh, definitely.
for damn sure, for damn sure. Like anime got bigger. Apparently that was like one of the things I heard on the news. Like you best believe that's because of streaming, because ain't nobody showing anime on TV anymore. I mean, I guess
Well,
maybe Cartoon Network, but like
yeah.
most people are probably watching animes through Netflix because it's one of the big things in Netflix queue. Um, if they're if they're more than like a level one anime, or if they're or a level two weeb, I should say, they're actually going deep and getting it from like Crunchyroll
They go
or
further
Ver
beyond.
or any of those like the deep anime sites. Not really deep, they're still, but like Yeah, no, I mean, like, anime got bigger. Anime is apparently going mainstream. As someone who's been an anime fan for like 10, 15 plus years, I have complaints. But at the same time, it's cool that something that I've always thought was a really awesome medium is becoming more popular. Uh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember back in the day, like I used to have to find my anime on like HBO at 12 o'clock in the
it was
morning.
hard,
And
hard not life.
yeah, and I was like, oh, look, here's X. And I only have seen like 2 episodes, and they both were like 10 to 5 episodes apart. And then I saw the ending of it like randomly, and it's like, when are they going to show the whole thing in concession? And it's just like I never ever saw it in
Or how you
concession.
would never see episodes of Inuyasha in order, and you just had to kind of piece the story together from the episodes you did see at like 3 a.m. or whenever it came on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I with Inuyasha in particular, I did watch all of the new airing episodes. Like when,
Respect.
well,
No,
not
yeah,
all of
sure.
them, but surprisingly a lot of them. Like
Yeah.
I rewatched the series quite a bit a few months ago, and I got up to, I think there are like 6 seasons of the first part of it, and I'm on season 5, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this. And, like, I'm on season 5, and I remember shit that happened.
Yeah,
Um,
well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You start piecing it together, even seeing it out of order. Um, but yeah, I mean, like, anime has definitely. I'm not just saying anime has changed. I mean, that's a more general
Anim-
statement. I would say it has, but
War
like,
has changed.
it's the statement doesn't really mean anything. It's like change has changed. Like, it's not a. It's a little vacuous. It's a little empty. It doesn't really provide any meaning. But no, like it's one of those things where like it's definitely it's cool to see something that you've always loved become mainstream. I would say that like in terms of like anime writing, I would say that like I feel like like a lot of shows aren't written as well as a lot of shows I grew up watching were, and like this isn't all just like I watched it when I was young bias. Like I've always kind of really liked kind of like plots and dissecting them, and I really liked them when they were complex. And I mean, there's just a lot of just kind of like filler boilerplate anime. There's a lot of anime that just comes from light novels now, too, which are like that's 3 levels down in weebdom. Like it used to be that like animes came from like mangas, and now that like they've like the Japanese like studios have mined the manga companies down too far. They're like reaching into like light novels, which are basically like novels with like a couple animations every like couple pages or so. Like it'll be probably like a 100-page book, and there'll be maybe like 8 to 10 animations in it. So not a lot, maybe like 20. But it's one of those things where like I'm even disappointed in the animes that have been adapted from books. So you can see how much of a snob I am. Um, but no, it's one of those things where like I just feel like anime kind of lost a lot of its creativity to tell kind of unique and interesting stories. I feel like I mean again, everything's a every piece of art is still a project in engineering, and by that I mean like shit costs money, so you can't just make whatever you want,
Pretty much.
or I mean, not without assuming some risk. And I feel like that market has got exceedingly risk averse into taking on new projects, a lot like I would say Hollywood has. But the unfortunate bit about that is that like a lot of cool stories that someone just probably penned up to make like short stories don't get made, and a lot of stuff that's like, well, we won't make it unless it's kind of like a tried and true proven property gets made. And a lot of tried and true proven properties are kind of garbage. Or I'm not gonna say they're garbage, but like they they're popular for the reasons a lot of things are popular, and not necessarily like cool novel story ideas or concepts or like you know philosophical examinations of problems. Like if you want to talk about like anime as like literature, anime is like philosophy, or literature is philosophy, or media is philosophy. But again, this is me being my snobby elitist self and saying that I'm kind of disappointed with modern anime because it's not deep enough. And it's like, oh, okay, bro. Like not everything has to be deep.
Yeah.
Um, but Yeah, no, I mean, I would say that, like, I mean, again, I don't watch every show that comes out every year, but there have been kind of few shows that have really kind of blown me away lately that have gotten popular, which is already again is like a sample, then a sample, then a sample problem. But like a lot of shows that do get popular nowadays do have really cool things about them. Like I know some of the stuff I haven't watched over this past like year and a half is like that, like Demon Slayer, but I hear Demon Slayer has amazing art because it's done by Ufotable, which is amazing studio for making art. So the plot doesn't even have to be good; it'll just be beautiful. And sometimes that's cool. Uh, but yeah, I think I read something the other day about how the Demon Slayer movie that just came out in Japan literally broke the record for in Japan for like highest grossing animated movie of all time. Like they beat out Studio Ghibli, which had
Wait, I'm sorry.
previously held.
What movie?
So, I want to say it was Spirited Away. I have to actually go and like Google it to see what movie they beat out. But basically, like Studio Ghibli, like one of their movies held the title for like most watched thing of all time, most watched animated thing of all time in Japan, and the Demon Slayer movie just beat it out by like I'm not sure if it was by a decent amount or not, but it's like we're comparing like a shonen to like Studio Ghibli, and it's like yeah, man, like anime's taken off even in Japan, which is funny to say, but like apparently like I guess maybe that's how they handled COVID. They also watched anime. But like yeah, like apparently mangas have been like selling out there, like not even just Demon Slayer. Apparently, Demon Slayer manga is like selling out everywhere. Like whenever you go to buy it, it's gone. So like, mad Demon Slayer fans in Japan. So the show ain't going anywhere anytime soon. For fans out there. But yeah, like it's like I guess how Japan did COVID is they watched anime and manga too. So that shit worldwide now, which is cool. But yeah, I mean, like it's one of those things where like I'm definitely it's cool to see a medium that it's cool to see anything you've always liked become popular.
Yeah.
I suppose. You know what I mean, and like you got to like you know that means a lot of different things to a lot of people, but it's cool to see like it's cool to be that guy that's just, oh, I liked that shit before it was cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like, just, yeah, I swear, like, the big thing for me was, like, it was almost impossible to find anime at one point. It was, like, really hard. Like,
Back when we were younger, yeah, like circa like the 2000, like
early
almost the
2000s.
2000 through 2010, 11ish region. Yeah, it was really hard. It was probably really hard after that too, but like I stopped looking in traditional places for it at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like, there was, like, Anime Boston.
Yep.
And,
I remember I went to a couple of those that were dope as fuck. I still miss con culture. It's another thing 2020 took from us, even though I haven't personally been going in years. I know a lot of people still went and still did cosplay and still did all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, man, if you're gonna be cosplaying, you're gonna be e-growing it up from your home this year because like shit ain't have no events.
great simping from home.
Yep.
I'm simping from home this year.
that was the big thing in 2020, man. OnlyFans, people trying to get their side hustles going.
It's taking over, bro.
Simping from home, yeah, simping from home is that real life.
I mean,
Um,
I know like a bunch of people that started like an OnlyFans.
hey, bro, that
Not a bunch,
people
but
people need their money. Yeah, I know someone who literally like changed their life. Like they went from working like I assume like regular kind of like minimum wage jobs. Like I don't specifically know, but like not much higher than that to making like the triple digits, the big money. So
is
yeah.
it Pam
Well,
Chains?
we're not gonna name names. I don't want to like talk about other people on our podcast, but like yeah, it's just someone you and I both mutually know that like
Okay.
made that big doing the OnlyFans gig. And I'm
Big
like,
number
hey, if
go
that's
up.
it, that big number go up. Hey, if you make your money, you know what I mean? Make your money, player. If that's the hustle you choose, then by all means, do you. You know what I mean? Not everyone built for that hustle, but if you ready to do it, do it. But yeah, so I mean, that was like a lot of people had radical career changes this year. But some people saw some really dope success with that. So, that's also one of those cool things about 2020 and like tech, and kind of changing to a digital landscape. I know personally, like there are things to complain about like as someone who was in school taking classes, there are things to complain with missing the camaraderie or missing the a lot of the like in-person interactions, especially of like labs and working with people or things that you work with people. But I gotta say, like a lot of professors like definitely stepped the fuck up and like brought class kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Not all of them, but like holy shit, recording lectures and posting them for later, like fucking genius. Like we're paying thousands of dollars a year. Why isn't that fucking mandatory? Like not every so people are gonna have a doctor's appointment. People are gonna miss lectures for dumb reasons.
Yeah.
People are gonna miss mental health reasons. Like people are like people are gonna have bad memories and forget verbatim what a professor said. Like why isn't that just a thing? Like why isn't it just recorded so I can fucking see it? Like honestly, like with the amount of money that goes into colleges, a lot of this shit should have been done not only a while ago, but it should just be standard practice. And if like a lot of this shit goes away because of COVID, which I'm sure it fucking will once we get back to normal classes, I'll be pissed because it was a really good resource. Memorize everything I see and hear it the first time, or can either think about things or I can write them down. And just having a way to just go back and take notes later, it was a chef's kiss. It was amazing. So many great things about moving into the digital age happened because of online classes, and I will be rip shit if and when they go away. Because honestly, we should have had them before. Like we live in a computer age. It's so annoying that we're still acting like college classes have to be taught like they're from the 1960s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really dumb, really dumb. And doesn't really pay much attention to all the different types of learning and all the different types of learners there are. You know what I mean? As much as college wants to talk about being inclusive, like amazing way you could be inclusive would just be to like, you know, have digitally recorded lectures and let people from the class go and watch them whenever they want. I mean, shit, that's an easy one, but fucking it took a global plague / pandemic for people to do it. And be dragged kicking and screaming in the 21st century. So, yeah, that's one of the things from when COVID's over that I will not be happy to see disappear because it should have already been here.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah, I never know, but
Things can also not go back to normal.
well, I mean, things better go back to normal because let's face it, I need to fucking sit my ass in a movie theater, dog. I miss that shit. We missed a shit ton of movies this year just because of that. And I mean, obviously, that's not the most important thing at all, but I miss social interaction that I don't have to wear a mask.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I miss hanging out with the boys in person, which some of the boys have been doing like the full COVID bubble and haven't been doing it. So it's yeah, I definitely want things to go back to normal. I just need that to stay because it's progress, and I fail to see why we haven't made it.
right.
But yeah, I mean, so yeah, if like the work from home culture, honestly, for a lot of businesses should have already been a thing. Like people should have already at least doing a couple days a week from home. I mean, talk about like, some people have like 2 hour commutes to their jobs because living in the city is just untenable because housing prices in a lot of cities are just untenable.
Yep.
And that freed up a lot of people to actually do shit they wanted to do in their life. Like I know people that have like marketing jobs in kind of Boston that were just like, yeah, well, I love skiing, so I'm gonna go live in Colorado because my job went remote. And it's like, that's fucking awesome. Like, why aren't more people given that option? Like, holy shit! Like, a lot of people have been able to make really cool changes just because of that. And it's like, well, why can't more jobs do that? Like, that's definitely, and like even a lot of jobs are realizing that because they're seeing how little they're having to spend on like office spaces and stuff like that, and they're just like, shit, like we could have done this years ago. And it's also like, I mean, there are goods and bads to it because I mean, like, not everyone wants to work from home or has the resources or has the internet, or wants to pay the electric bill, which the company certainly won't. But I mean, at the same time, having the freedom to be able to gives a lot of freedom in a lot of people's lives that they didn't have before. You know what I mean? Like they weren't like in academia. There's a thing called the two-body problem, which is basically when you marry an academic and it's both going for jobs, and it's a fucking toss-up whether or not you'll both get hired at the same university. In fact, that pretty much never happens. So you're gonna be one person's gonna be one place, one person's hopefully gonna be close by, sometimes not, and you're gonna have to figure that out. And it's like, well, shit. I mean, if for jobs that allow working from home, that no longer becomes a problem because like I can have a job that's based out of one area, but if I'm working remote, I can live with my significant other wherever they are or wherever they have to be physically based if they're tethered to a physical location. So, um, yeah, like I definitely think working from home should be a big thing going forward that will free up a lot of time in other people's lives. Like, would I like to see other cool shit? Like 4-day work week? Yes. Did I just see an article about that in the paper, or like on Futurology? Yes. Because a lot of people have shown that like productivity goes down after a certain amount of time, and people are a lot more creative.
Yeah.
Not just productive, but creative in jobs that require it when they don't have to spend as much time at work because a lot of that time you can't be that creative all the time. You can't improvise with straight free jazz. Like that's not a thing.
You get burned out.
Yeah, you get burned out.
People like stop being able to focus after like an hour or so.
Yeah.
I know like I used to try to avoid taking hour-long classes because of that. At least when I was in college, just because I knew like, oh, I'm not going to be able to retain all this information, and we're gonna go in an hour. You can go over so much shit. It was like a computer programming class. So
yeah, and if they recorded lectures, you'd be able to stop and come back and do that later. That would be awesome.
Yes,
But
they
I mean, it
didn't.
took a pandemic for that to happen. But yeah, I mean, ergonomics of human work are a real thing, and like humans can only actively focus on one thing for so long before they need a break just to recharge their brain. Like that's a real thing.
Yeah.
And that does need to start being taken more into account. So yeah, I'm really hoping that that becomes a thing because it's sorely needed in a lot of arenas. But yeah, I mean there as I said there were some cool things in 2020 that we got. I mean we learned that the internet is still an amazing piece of technology. One of the best things we've invented. Like imagine this plague had happened like back in the 90s, like pre-internet. Man, no one will be able to fucking talk to anybody. Fucking we'd be mailing letters places, but of course we done fucked up the post office this year too, so that wouldn't even have worked.
Wait. What happened with the Oh, because of all the like
The election
mailing.
shit, yeah, and fucking other bullshit. Um, try not to get all too deep into it because I could go down a rabbit hole on that. But I mean, yeah, I mean, the internet is an amazing tool for staying in contact with people. That
That
humans were clever enough to invent. Um,
the internet's great, but it should be policed.
well, I mean, yeah, that's a whole other level of
It-
insanity.
People shouldn't be able to do whatever they want.
Yeah, but oh, well, I mean, they're still thinking about Trump's still trying to rally on repealing Section 230, which, if for those of you who don't know, Section 230 is basically it was a rule that was put in place to help. How do I say this? Basically, companies aren't immediately directly responsible for things that are put on their platforms, which obviously you can immediately think of good and bad reasons for. But I mean, like, if a company could immediately be sued for anything a random user put on its platform, like that would be untenable. Like, no company could function because companies like YouTube that allow you to just post whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like that would be insane because
But wait,
obviously
do you know all this? Because that's what Tenet was about.
that wasn't what Tenet was about. Tenet was a well,
Listen,
are we,
I'm not just fucking with you. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. That was just a bad joke.
okay. I mean, like,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but keep going.
yeah. I might have to go through a time turnstile to understand what that joke meant.
Because you said
No,
untenable.
yeah. Okay,
Tenet.
so it was a
Untenable.
gotcha. Yep. Tenet, new Nolan movie. Should probably go see it. Not as great as his other movies, but if you like sci-fi James Bond, go watch it. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Didn't even know Robert Pattinson was in that movie.
He is. He's actually he's a cool sidekick. I enjoyed him in that movie.
Is he like
As I said,
Q?
he wasn't the Q of this movie. He was more like kind of the best friend of the main character that shows up. But like, yeah, it was basically like a cool kind of sci-fi James Bond. It was James Bond with a little sci-fi concept. I think it kind of broke its own rules a couple times. So I don't think the sci-fi was applied entirely consistently. But it had some awesome visuals, cool little plot idea. As I said, I would say it's worth watching once, maybe even twice, once you actually kind of see understand what the twist is. And then you can watch it again because it's one of those things where weird shit happens. So like it's cool to watch it twice so you can kind of get it in both orders. But yeah, Tenet was cool. If we're gonna go for cool movies this year, that was one of the only ones that came to theaters. Everything else kind of got deep sixed by COVID. No one thought he would save cinema.
Did he
But
really say that?
yes, Nolan is that pretentious. He thought he could save cinema or save movie theaters by having his movie premiere when everything else was canceled because of life altering events like COVID. But
What?
no, he wasn't that stupid because it didn't. Because of course it didn't. No movie would. Any sane executive would be like, no, this movie's gonna lose a shit ton of money if we put it out. Doesn't matter how.
Oh, that's so
But
cringe.
no, Tenet, Nolan has like executive something in his contract.
Oh.
So they put Tenet out in theaters, and of course it took a bath because ain't nobody going to theaters. Like most of them aren't even open, and the ones that are open, ain't nobody going anyway. So like I think I went when I went to see it. I think it was me, you, and one other guy, and this was a giant theater. And
Oh
this was
yeah, it's just 3
not
people.
open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nobody's fucking there. Like it was insane. It was an insane amount of hubris for him to do that. But I mean, it taught the studios something, if nothing else, that Tenet Nolan shouldn't always get his way.
Let it be known.
No, I mean, Wonder Woman came out on HBO Max. Wonder Woman 2, 1984. Or the title is Wonder Woman 1984. That movie, we might do a full review on it later. For right now, I'll say that movie was not as good as it should have been. It's getting a lot of, I don't know, like the vocal minority is like saying it's a bad movie. I would just say it's a boring movie. There's nothing outwardly bad about it. It's just not exciting. Like I don't know if that does anything for you, but as a superhero movie, like you want something more to kind of draw you in. This didn't really have it. Great cast chemistry between Chris Pine and Gal Gadot as always, but I mean, she wasn't the fun badass she was in Wonder Woman 1. That showed. She was a little undecisive the whole movie. That was kind of like indecisive superhero. There are other things that just could have been better. Like the villains weren't as cool as they could be. I don't know. There are many different complaints about the movie, and I don't have anything specific to make now. But again, it's sitting right at I think between like 60 and a 70 on Rotten Tomatoes, and I think that's a perfectly valid uh rating for it. Somewhere around 70.
It's like it's only bad because it's like a mediocre Wonder Woman movie.
It's only bad because it's bland. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad because it was like very poorly done. It was just bad because it was like there was nothing great about it.
Or like bad enough to like be like, yeah, this is entertaining to watch. So bad it's good.
Yeah,
it's not.
Some of its parts it's I could say it's not like it's worth watching once, but the sum of its parts don't make it a wholly exciting movie. and yeah, I mean, just take that for what you will. What I am kind of excited about is that, like, even though HBO Max has been getting some pushback from the studios, since again they don't know how COVID will shake out for 2021. They are committed to at least try to put a bunch of their movies that would have been theater run movies, and they're still going to try to make them theater run movies, but they're going to try to put them on the HBO Max service, which will be really kind of cool. Like,
That's pretty neat.
yeah, I know, like, Disney tried it with Mulan, which what you 100% told me was not worth it, but they tried charging $30 for seeing the new Mulan.
It wasn't worth $30.
Yep.
It's worth like if it was worth like 10, maybe $15, I'd be like, all right, fine. But that movie was just it makes it sound like Wonder Woman, where it's like there's some good stuff, but everything that you love about the original isn't there. Like, and not everything, but most of what you love about the original. So it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, why did they make this movie? There's the better version already exists.
Yep, yeah, just bland. But yeah, so like the cool thing about what HBO Max was doing was that, like, they weren't charging anything. They're just like, if you have the service, you come get these movies, honey. And it's like, hey, okay, that's dope. I can dig it. Getting Wonder Woman for the admission price of already having HBO Max. I mean, and there's a couple other movies that are going to be like that too. That's pretty dope. There's a couple movies that the studios decided to claw back. Like, I don't think we're getting Dune. I think that's going to be mandatory, just theaters. But
Dune?
supposedly, like, I had a list. Like, we're getting like Matrix 4, a couple other things that are all going to come out to HBO Max, and it's like, oh, okay.
Dune really should be on HBO Max. I don't think.
I mean, so it depends on how theaters are going to be, because, like, I mean, that movie, like, I love Denis Villeneuve. I didn't say his name right. I love the director of Blade Runner 2049, because that movie is fucking amazing.
Of course, they would have him direct Dune.
That movie is fucking amazing. Like, Denis Villeneuve, that's closer. I know that's closer. Is an amazing director. Yes, it deserves to be on the big screen, but because of COVID, if it has to be on HBO Max, yeah, of course I'm gonna watch it. Dude's a fucking dope ass book. Like, yeah, it's gonna be. It's probably gonna be good no matter what.
Did you see the original movie?
I haven't seen the original, only because I hear it's like long and kind of shitty, and I really, really like the book. So it's like I don't want to hate the original. I know they like did some stuff on like the Sci-Fi Channel with like Patrick Stewart, where they made like a TV show of like some of the stuff that happens after the first book. I'll probably check that out. But no, like, I mean, I'm excited for it. It's just like one of those things about like how I just don't know. Like, I kind of feel a little bad for the directors of it, because it's like they don't know if like COVID's gonna, if they don't know if people are gonna come back to the movie theaters even when COVID's over. So it's like you got to have your fingers crossed there.
Yeah, I know they had Agent Dale Cooper as the main character. I don't know if you're familiar.
Is he the guy from the Twin Peaks? I'm trying to remember.
Yes, he's the dude that was in Twin Peaks. And I think it had like Sting in it,
Oh,
like from the Police.
Fuck, dude, that's a blast from the past for a lot of people. Shit. But yeah, no, it was as I said, I really liked the book when I read it. I read it, I think, probably back in like 2016, 2015. Loved it. Read the next 2 books. Stopped somewhere during God Emperor of Doom, because it's just a hell of a lot weirder than the other books. But I mean, it's really, really good book series.
Wait, can you explain to me their power? Because I don't fully, like, I have not, like, I know about Doom, but I don't know enough about it to be like.
So the big idea is that, like, they live in the future. We've decided robots were a bad idea, probably because I assume they tried to like take over the world and we had to kill them all. I don't know. We're kind of past that point at this point. So everything is done with people. Like, it's like, I guess there's no sentient AIs. It's like kind of minimum tech that way. But the idea is that since everything is done with people, people's like mental abilities have gotten a lot stronger. basically kind of bordering on like precognition and shit like that.
Yeah.
And basically what it is that Dune, or the planet like Arrakis, there are these just giant sandworms which basically poop out like space cinnamon. But space cinnamon gives you like like telepathic powers to see the future. I know I used the wrong telepathy. I'm sorry, but basically, like the space cinnamon gives you kind of almost semi-full precognitive abilities. And this is really dumb, but the only way they can fly their starships is if someone who is on this space cinnamon is literally high as a motherfucker and tripping out using their fucking precognitive abilities to fly the fucking ship. So
That is ridiculous. All right.
yes, so that's why they kind of joke about the spice must flow, because it's literally the backbone of their entire fucking interstellar transport infrastructure, which is insane.
So wait, what?
But
So is it about trading? Like,
no, it's what is it about? No, basically there's some like kings and queens and princes shit because we've all decided to regress to the feudal era as a method of rule. But no, long story short, basically, not to try to ruin the whole plot, but the main character is a little better at doing psychic shit than other people. And he basically is just like, no, this is stupid. We can do things better. So he tries to find a way to like change the way that society is kind of working. And it's I don't want to kind of ruin it even more than that, but
okay, yeah, that's fine.
like
I mean,
it's a cool little idea because basically he tries to engineer himself through like sociology and him being a better psychic, a better future for humanity. Who's to say if it was really better? I probably should have finished God Emperor Dune to kind of find that out because it still seems pretty shitty. And God Emperor Doom happens like a couple thousand years after.
right.
Uh, so who the fuck knows? But yeah, no, it's a really cool book. And it's got some amazing fucking quotes. Like Frank Herbert, a man before his time. I think we were talking about how like fear is an incomplete teacher at the beginning of the podcast, and like basically, let me see. Like this book has like little mantras that this kind of like made up religion of like psychics and other people talk about throughout the book. And let me see if I can pull it up. But they just have this like really awesome like mantra or katra about fear, which I've always been like, holy shit, like this is genius, baby. Like this is the real stuff. But hold on. Okay, let me see if I can get it. Okay. All quotes from Dune. That Denton Bibliocommons. Okay, so yeah, best affirmation ever is what this user said. But basically the little contra is like, I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. And that's the Ben Gesserit litany against fear.
Oh wow,
But yeah, isn't that great? It's like, I
that's a
mean,
great
it's kind
quote.
of in that spate of like the only thing to fear is fear itself. It's like that fear is just like a passing emotion, and like you have to like let it pass to really gain true insight. And I said I think that was one of like when I first read that, I'm like, oh shit, there's something to this book.
Madman's
Because like
knowledge.
yeah, it's definitely like wherever this came from in his soul, he's speaking the true.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, no, I thought that was really cool. But no, if you've never read Dune, at least read Dune. So at least read the first book, and you'll really like it. I don't know if you'll get much more out of the other books. It's a lot more just kind of like politicky. Um, and I don't know if the philosophy's as deep as in the other books. It's more of just kind of like, okay, where do the characters go in the next like 30 to 60 years? But Dune is an amazing book. Frank Herbert. I don't know if he ever really like. I feel like in the span of a lot of people that like make something amazing, because like this is a genre defining sci-fi book, but never really see like the credit for it. Like I think it's like I'm not sure like if he ever got rich off his book. I really don't think he probably did. I know he was like a newspaper writer when he wrote it, and I think he stayed one well after it. So like I don't think it like blew up when it when the book came out.
Right.
He's a classically underrated but legendary author, as it would go. But I mean, the book is phenomenal. Uh, I think the kind of hallmark of all good sci-fi is that it's speculative fiction. It tries to take issues and things it sees about the world and how people interact with each other, how people act, and kind of put them into different contexts, so you can kind of like philosophically think about issues and about people, and all the big concepts of like psychology, philosophy, sociology, technology, yada yada yada. And I think this is a really good book for that. It has a lot of really cool concepts. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. If anyone who's listening to this has never read Dune, either read it or go check out the movie. But I promise you read it, you'll get a ton out of it. I promise if you watch the new movie, you'll probably like it a lot. But it's a phenomenal book, and if you still like reading, you should probably check it out. I think it even used to be on like the military reading list of books you should read.
Oh,
And
wow.
there was actually a surprisingly good list of books on there, like books good. Like Ender's Game was on there, and it's like, yeah, like a book that's actually critical about some of the negative aspects of war, but like also an amazing book. Yeah, read Ender's Game. Like I've always been impressed by it. Like I want to see if I can pull up that specific list. I won't pull it up this episode, but I'll look for it in the future. But like for a formative mind, or just a mind that's like interested in finding kind of like new ideas, great books, excellent book. But yeah, so excited. Dune was supposed to come out right around Christmas this year, sitting in the can somewhere. But I believe it is finished, so we'll get that sometime in 2021. That is something I am looking forward to. Do. I kept saying there were things I was gonna pull up, but I can't find any of these articles, even though I've Googled them. But yeah, let's see.
We'll fix it in post.
No, we got it. Okay, so dumb events, or okay, so do. Okay, so we'll do the bad before we do the good, because like I like to kind of round out on the bad. But I mean, like, yeah, this is a year for growth. This is all year that also a lot of crazy shit happened. And that's life is sometimes on that. Sometimes it's that like, whoo, you give and they take. The seesaw. But yeah, so like things that happened in 2020, the crazy shit. Australian bushfires. That was the beginning of this year. I don't know if you remember that, but fucking
I do, yeah.
all of Australia was burned down, man. Like God save the koalas. Like holy fuck, bruh. Shit was nuts.
That was harsh.
Yeah, that was shitty. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle decided to peace out from the royal family. They just be like, enough of this pomp and circumstance. I'm gonna go fucking live somewhere in I think Canada, America, just be chilling. And I don't think the Queen was happy about it. But I mean, what else are they gonna do? I mean, are they gonna be the next Queen like of England? Like what? Like I know it's not entirely a ceremonial title, but it's like, are you really helping the world out? I don't know. Coronavirus. Yup, it's a big one. We already talked about it.
Corona demonetized.
Yeah, demonetized. I know. Kobe died. I'm pretty sure that happened in January. That was mad early. Yeah, January 26th. Like that
Holy shit, that's right.
was super unexpected. Yeah, and like a helicopter accident with his daughter, and it was just like, holy fuck, man. Like this is not the way to start the year, bro. Like that was like this is the last week of January, and it's like one of the all-time greats. Like literally, like probably on almost everyone's list of like top 5, top 10 basketball players of all time.
Yeah.
And not even just a great basketball player, but like a pretty decent dude. I mean, like he did a ton of shit for the sport. Had some missteps in his youth, but like really tried to stuck out with his wife, had kids, really tried to do good things for his kids. I mean, that sucked, man. I know, like, Shaq had a podcast around that time. It was like one of his most viewed podcasts of all times, like reminiscent about like, yeah, I mean, me and Kobe didn't always get along, but we're still fans. It's just like, yeah, shit. President impeached. Yep, that happened. Didn't I don't know if it meant anything, but it happened.
Wait, like he was threatened to be impeached, or he
No,
got
no, he was
impeached?
impeached. He was impeached in the House, but you know how our government works is you can be impeached and then it can not mean anything because like the impeachment happens in the House, but the Senate votes on whether or not it's actually going to be a thing. And
Oh.
of course, the Senate was controlled by the opposing party, and
Yeah,
we're we're dumb
emperor.
country sometimes. What can I say?
The emperor is part of the dark side. But I actually have a question. I don't know why he was impeached.
It had to do with basically, fuck, bro. Like I feel like an
Sorry,
idiot, but this
I don't
is
mean
so
to.
long. It had to do with basically the fact that he basically like threatened Ukraine to be like, no, you have to release, you have to say Joe Biden was doing some shady shit.
Are you
Otherwise,
serious?
I will not pay you money. Yeah, seriously. He basically aid had already been allotted to go to Ukraine for some humanitarian reason.
Mm-hmm.
He cut off the aid and he said, I won't pay you guys again until you produce dirt on Joe Biden for me.
And there was like factual evidence of that.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Wow.
Yep.
God
But
damn.
we don't care about laws or rules or why things are done anymore or the implications of why things are done anymore in this country as long as my team wins. And yeah, I don't know. Again, we don't call out shitty behavior for when it's shitty behavior because I don't know bad reasons. So yes, this was allowed to pass, and the Senate was just like, well, no. I mean, we're not gonna. Trump is our gift horse. We're not gonna kick him in the mouth. So yes, I mean, yeah, bad people are continued to be allowed to do bad things.
Like Latarian
What?
Jackson.
Oh, well, I didn't hear about that. What the story was that?
Well, sorry, it's an old video of like a little boy named Latarian Jackson who drove his grandmother's car through a Walmart parking lot, and then he infamously said, "I like to do bad things."
Oh no,
Yeah,
that sounds hilarious. That sounds hilarious. No, I'll have to check that out. But so Parasite won at the Oscars. This was a South Korean film. I think one of the first international films ever to win Best Picture. It might have been the first. I can't remember. This was so much earlier in the year. It's hard for me to keep track of. I still haven't seen it. It's been on my list to watch. I like watching really good movies with people, and I haven't found anyone to hang out
on
and watch them with.
Netflix. Yeah, I
So
think
yeah, I'll have to, maybe we can do it up at some time. But I heard it's really really good.
I
I
would
heard
like
it's
to
like a
watch it.
really I hear it's a really good critique of a lot of different kind of like sociological issues. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
You know, we
How,
could probably do like a watch party or
yeah,
something.
yeah. No, hey,
Do a movie night
power,
online.
magic 21st century power of the internet. I'm down.
Yeah.
But Harvey Weinstein went to jail. Good. He's he's garbage.
Fuck that guy.
Let's see. Fuck that guy. You know, shit, man. I mean, uh, 2020 was also the year
Oh,
that
what about Beirut?
what?
Beirut,
What about?
the
Oh
Beirut
yeah, the big
explosion.
explosion. Yeah, we haven't even got to that. Yeah, like
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
they were storing like explosives in that thing, and it just blew up like half the city. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2020 was nuts. 2020 was nuts. So there's a stock market crash. BLM went from a fringe movement to like global. Holy shit. I mean, all it takes is a dude getting fucking neck choked out in the street.
That,
Go figure.
that's it.
Yeah, I know, right? Fuck. But yeah, I mean, fuck. I mean, I got like so much can be said, and all of it will not be enough to tell the whole story. But yeah, I mean, uh, people, people. I mean, there's always that meme about you got the receipts, you got the you got the tapes, you got the facts. I mean, we had it all in one this time. Like, just black man killed in the street. Like, didn't have to happen. Happened anyway. And this time everyone could watch it. So
Well,
yeah, I mean,
I feel like everybody. There's been so many times where like that. I feel like that has happened, and I don't know why
like
it's only now taken seriously. You know.
I mean, a million things can be said, but this was one of the first and most obvious egregious cases, where it's just like this didn't have to happen, but
Yeah.
no, you killed the guy anyway. And like, well, fuck, like really?
Yeah, he said he couldn't breathe and everything.
Yeah,
And
all those people were saying, "Bro, you're killing him. You're killing him." And it's like, "No, I'm just gonna leave my knee on his neck. We got this." And it's like, okay, well, that's a human being on the ground under your knee, but I guess you must have forgotten that somewhere along the line. So yeah, dude died, and yeah, that set off a firestorm, and hopefully also some progress because people got to see the naked truth of this is wow, we're kind of fucked up as a country, and how we treat people, and like police do a lot of amazing things in this country, but I mean there's a lot of not okay things that happen too. And I think this definitely showed that there's a dark side to kind of the brutalist culture we have in the United States,
yeah,
where it's like kill first, ask questions later, and it's like, oh shit, no, that's not good. That can be bad. That can be very bad. Um, so yeah, and like Ahmaud Arbery, dude, I'm pretty sure that was the case. The dude just going for a fucking run, and it's like, oh no, got shot anyway because you're a black man going for a run in running clothes. Cool. And then Breonna Taylor, you'd be sleeping on a couch, but you dated someone who sold drugs once, so that's it's an allowance to just
she's
get
got a
executed.
gun.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, her husband did have a gun, but they also broke into their house because that's a thing we allow cops to do without.
Wait, so like they didn't have a warrant or anything? I mean,
Mark,
if you don't know, you don't know.
so there's a thing called no knock warrants, which basically means that as long as a warrant is issued to you by a judge, which this was dumb because if they had actually would have done more confirmation, they would have realized. I'm pretty sure the person they wanted to find was already in custody. So of course, fuck actually paying attention. But yes, there's a thing called no knock warrants where basically as long as the warrant is issued by a judge, you can just bust in someone's house and,
Jesus.
take all the risks associated with that. And yeah, so her boyfriend was there at the time, not the drug dealer, totally different boyfriend. So again, the case goes like if you've dated someone who sold drugs anytime forever, I guess you're fucked, which is insane. But yeah. But yeah, her current boyfriend was like, there are people breaking into my house. I'm going to shoot at them. Not knowing that the people breaking into the house were the cops who did such a terrible job of announcing themselves that they got shot at. So, when the cops get shot at, because dude assumes that someone's breaking into his house, I should defend myself, the cops shoot back and kill an innocent woman on the couch, who the only crime she was guilty of was dating someone who sold drugs once.
Fucked up.
So, yeah. Yeah, no, that's really fucked up because she was just sleeping on the couch.
Yeah.
And that's how she died. Because cops can't announce themselves before coming in because someone thought that needed to be a thing. Probably didn't. Someone thought it needed to be a thing. So yeah, I mean, it's a fucking tragedy, man. And yeah, I mean, hopefully, like I think the state it happened in tried to outlaw no knock warrants. I don't know if they were entirely successful. I can't remember. I'd have to double check that. But yeah, no, I think this year really showed, especially the protests. Like even like white people were getting beat up. Like you know, I mean, there shouldn't be a difference, but you know, I mean, it was one of those things where it showed that like we need to change not only the culture of policing in the United States, but how we interact with communities, especially during large scale protests, for a lot of reasons. And like, yes, it goes both ways, but I mean, it's when you guys are beating down the people with the signs only because you don't want them there, and they were only doing the protesting, that's different than like beating down people who are rioters. And the fact that you can't tell the difference is a problem, because that means a lot of people in the country won't be able to tell the difference either. And it's just, I can't tell you how many dumb conversations and dumb messages I've seen about that. And it's just like, dude, 99% of these protests were just people protesting. But no, the cops decided it was time to go, and then they just started fucking people up. Because for a lot of the police, that just means time to get the tear gas and the batons out. I'll be damned if those people were doing anything violent before that. And it's like, well, fuck, that's just dumb. I can't. It's just that's not good for anybody. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, a peaceful protest can turn into a riot real easily if you start beating someone over the head with a baton. But I mean, who started that? You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, we need to. There's a lot of things we need to change about the culture, and like understanding that like people can have legitimate grievances and still get beat by cops. I think a lot of people learned that this year. And yeah, that's crazy. But I mean, what's the old like childish Gambino? Like, this is America. Don't catch you slipping.
Yeah.
But shit, yeah. I mean, more can be said, but again, that could be a whole podcast in itself. So I'm not gonna try to get bogged down here. Let's see. Bernie lost to Biden. Pour one out. Shed a tear.
Last time we'll probably feel the burn.
Yeah, I know, right? Fuck. God, America still has problems choosing right, even between the obvious options. I don't know what to say. Although I mean, I'm gonna say you didn't make the worst choice. So okay, so there's a great Winston Churchill quote. There's a great Winston Churchill quote about how I'm going to paraphrase. I don't remember the exact quote, but it's like, America will always make the right choice after all other options have been exhausted. Was the effect of the quote, and I'm like, damn, he might have been onto something. Because we did. I mean, like we did. We made objectively not the worst choice. I could say better things about Biden Harris. And I'm sure there are better things to be said. But the one thing I will say is we made objectively not the worst choice. There are good things about that choice, but again, objectively, not the worst choice.
I absolutely. I just want to say that I hate that argument, but
yeah.
Like it's not because everybody says that. Like everyone's like, well, I'm gonna pick the lesser of two evils, and it's just like,
well, so okay, yeah, no, seriously, like I mean, they're not even in the same league. Let's be honest. Like, Biden is just like a normal Democratic politician. I mean, give or take, there's good and bad in there, but there's more I can live with than I can. Trump is just in a whole other realm, insanely bad, that never should have happened in the first place. It only gets worse with time. So yeah, I'm flummoxed. I don't even know if enough could be said. Like, dude still couldn't even admit he lost, and he knows he lost. He just wants to grift the half of this country that still thinks it's a sane thing to do to not admit it, and also he can take money from. And just there's levels here of just insanity I can't even speak to, but it's just like, bro, for the safety of the country, I mean, you've basically like delegitimized elections for like half of the country that voted for you forever. Like I don't think you understand how dangerously insane that is. I mean, you clearly don't, because if you did, you probably wouldn't do it. But there's levels here I can't even go into.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's just like, well, fuck America. You didn't do the dumbest thing this time, but you came goddamn close.
Right.
Again, more can be said, but I don't know if it even needs to be. But
I have no objections.
yep. Chadwick Boseman, man, rest in peace, Black Panther. God damn, 43 years young.
Oh my god, I just remembered MF Doom died.
Hold on,
I
spoilers. We're getting to that. We're getting to that.
sorry, I just was like,
Nope, you're right. You're right. No, I was coming at the end of the list.
anyway, go on.
No, but yeah, 4-year battle with colon cancer, kept it on the down low. I gotta say, same with the MF Doom death, because his family revealed it today. He didn't actually die. He died in October. He's been dead since like the 31st of October.
Christ.
I gotta say, really impressed with the ability of families and all that stuff to keep things that are super personal to themselves this year.
Isn't it
Like no one knew Chadwick Boseman had colon cancer. Like Chadwick knew, obviously.
Yeah.
His close family probably knew, but I don't think Kevin Feige knew. I don't think any of the Marvel execs knew. I don't think barely anybody knew. But no, he grinded it out and did the best he could fighting a terrible disease on his without the media eye. I'm sure because that's who he decided is best. And yeah, he lost, but I have to have mad respect for him keeping to themselves and doing what they thought was best for them. That was amazing resilience to do that. But yeah, I mean, it's a tragedy, man. I mean, speaking as a black adult who was once a black child, I feel like Black Panther was one of the first movies that definitely one of the first black superhero movies, but one of the few movies I've seen that felt authentic to a black culture experience in America, let alone just a culture experience just in general. I think it's one of the movies that, I mean, it was directed by Ryan Coogler, who, man, he's done a lot of other really good pieces with black leads. He directed Creed. I'm pretty sure that's one of he directed Fruitvale Station, which is another story about black guy getting killed for retarded reasons. But I mean, it was one of those. It was a superhero movie that really felt like it got it, or got a lot of the important stuff. I mean, it was still through the lens of a superhero movie. Let's be honest. It's fictional media. But no, it felt authentic. It felt like a great story, and it was awesome. I'm sure for black kids around the world to see a hero that they could look up to, and a story that did feel authentic in its own way. And to have a superhero to a lot of these kids die only after his first movie, dude, sucks. Really sucks. Shit. I mean, it sucks. 2020, man. Think it's
Yeah.
been a great, but no, I mean, as even as those of the non-college persuasion. I mean, what did you think of the first Black Panther? It was decent. What did you think?
I honestly, I think it's one of the better. I think it's one of the better Marvel movies. It's in the top. Honestly, it's in the top 10 for me. It's up there with I think the Avengers movies are
Yep.
really they're up there, and Black Panther was really good. I don't know. They're way better than the Thor movies. I'll say that for fucking sure. Oh my god, dude. Free. I mean, well, Thor Ragnarok's great, but I mean,
yeah.
But every other Thor movie besides 3,
they were resident sleeper. They were definitely.
even
Yep.
3 is like, it's good, but like in a weird way,
Yeah,
like it's like
it's good because it's like it's got quirky humor. It's not good because it's good.
they finally
Yeah,
realized that Thor is a funny character.
yeah, it
And,
should be, or should be. Yes,
yeah, and like he actually works better as like a comedy.
so much better. So
And
much
it's like once he stopped taking himself seriously, it's like the character's like way like, he's all right in the Avengers movies, but then
better.
it's like he just
Yep,
hit a whole nother level once,
yep, yep. Nope.
and then
Taika Waititi definitely figured out like, wait, no, this should be funny, and he was right.
yeah, and like him with the Guardians is gonna be, I hope that's
Great
gonna
team
be
up.
really good. Yeah,
Excellent team up.
that's like,
Excellent team up. Can't wait. Can't wait. He's gonna show up in the next Guardians movie,
yeah,
and they're gonna show up in the next Thor movie. So yeah, no, super hyped for that.
yeah,
Um,
definitely.
but yeah, no, like thank you for the Caucasian persuasion flavor. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man.
But no,
Yeah, no, I
I'm
thought
trying
Black.
to be,
You know
yeah,
what? I actually thought that like okay, so I like Michael B. Jordan, and
yeah.
I actually thought he was the best part of Black Panther.
Oh, good,
He
yes.
was
But like
really
one of
good.
the best villains in all of Marvel. One of the most like richly and complexly described. You could see his plight.
Yeah,
You could see the error of his ways that made him a villain.
yeah.
But like at the same time, like you understood where the passion was coming. Yeah, it's so great. So such
Well,
an amazingly crafted villain.
yeah, and like not to mention like I couldn't think of like somebody who better like he just complimented Chadwick Boseman so well,
Oh,
and
good. They
like
played off each other so well.
and he was like freaking in good, insanely good shape, and like
I know I'm jealous of that body. That's like one of my like
that's
if I have like an inspo wall for like I want to look this good again one day. Like
yeah,
Michael B. Jordan fucking shirtless scene when they're fighting on top of the waterfall. Yeah, it's on the list, man.
for sure. And I just thought it was a good movie, and like it usually any time that he was on screen, it was a highlight of whatever movie he was in my like at least in the Marvel movies that I've seen.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, no, he was even great in Civil War too. Like 100%. Yeah,
yeah,
no, he was excellent. Like
when he's
I
going
love
after
that.
Winter Soldier, yeah,
Yeah, no, I love that
it was
scene where like
badass.
uh Zemo was about to kill himself and he's like, no, no, no. You ain't done yet, boy. No, you sticking in this for the long haul. You got more to pay for. And that was
Yeah,
great. And he was realizing that like he's just like anger is not gonna solve this, man. Like we have to be better people. Which is something I feel that was character development that carried over into his own movie, Black Panther, when he was just
yeah,
like, no, like this is not good enough. We have to be better people. Like we are owed to be better people,
yeah.
to each other and to the world. And
And
like that shit was huge, man. That was like it was such a great like what we owe to each other moment, which I feel like is a philosophy that's not talked about enough, Matt.
well, that was like that was the message at the end of the movie, was essentially like, community is important. Like
Yes,
everyone matters, and like you're only as weak as your weakest member. You know what I mean?
yes,
And
yes,
like that's kind of how I saw the ending of Black Panther. Like
yes.
um that was what I took away from it, because like I like how like at the end, because he gave back, and like I think he bought that that complex, and he like
Oh yeah,
rebuilt
yeah,
it and
yeah.
stuff.
No, yeah. He's like, I have to do something more for the people, like all of the people that we've left behind and ignored because we've had privilege that they haven't had. Yeah, no, man,
Yeah,
that movie said so much while like saying so little. It was
right.
oh, excellent.
And it was Michael B. Jordan's character that like really was the arc of like that
Yeah, he was the
message.
impetus for that. He was like, no, we have to do better.
Yeah, because
Um,
other people would become like Michael B. Jordan,
yeah,
and
no, it was like we have a responsibility to the world to
yeah,
be better than this.
yeah.
Um,
And like even though like Wakanda is like the most like advanced society
yeah,
supposedly on Earth, it's just
yeah.
like, yeah, why are they like, how I don't understand how they're hoarding all that tech, but you know, it's
but not helping other people. Yeah,
yeah, and not helping other people. Well, I mean, I think it was like the old guard that, like his dad that. Well, wait. How is so? There's Wakanda, right? And then like, so there's like a town that's like a cover up for the city of Wakanda.
No. So they have basically they have a cover that they're like a third world nation. But secretly, like, so they have like a bunch of like farms and outposts and a bunch of other thing, and like they pretend to be not as rich or technologically advanced as they are, but really they just have like a big like holographic cloak over their entire city.
Yeah, that's right.
That like prevents people from knowing like what their real tech is like. And again, like that was kind of the one of the themes of the movie is that like we can't live our lives based in fear because we're gonna miss out on the good we could do in the world.
Yeah, and I think like, you know, with that was sort of like Michael B. Jordan's entire character was like, this is what we can have if we want it, if we choose to have it. And it's
like, if we take it rather than, you know what I mean? It was choosing war over choosing peace and like betterment.
Yeah, and like that's why, like, of course, like it was sort of like a yin and yang thing where like you had the two Black Panther suits like fighting each other, where it's like, well, he's gonna be the king of Wakanda if you.
I love it. So good. I mean, like, there's the trope about the first hero origin story being or the first like Marvel movie, the first Marvel hero movie being like the movie where you fight the dark version of you, like the Enemy dark version of you. But like, I'll be damned if that wasn't an amazing place for it because it fit the story perfectly.
It had like a very complete theme. Whereas
100%,
like
100%.
Like I could not tell you the theme of Thor 1 or 2. Yep. I have no, like, I can barely remember 2.
Pretty sure Daddy Issues was the theme of like the first 2 Thors.
Well, I can't remember what happened besides that there was like a fucking like there was like a vortex that like, you know, like it like threw things. It was really dumb MacGuffin for the like the Infinity Stone, and I don't know. It just like I much preferred, like I loved the Captain America movies. Like I thought those
they were well written. I would say 2 is better than 1.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like 2 is fucking amazing. Like was my favorite movie.
It was like an action spy thriller. It's honestly one of the best Marvel movies they've made.
I think so too. And the first one is like hokey, but it has some good moments. It's not I don't think it's as good as like Black Panther, but the second movie is like right up there with my top favorite Marvel movies because it actually took itself seriously, and it was like, I don't know, it just like, or it was so contrasting between the first movie and the second movie. Like the first movie is just like, it was hard to take serious.
Yeah, it was supposed to be hokey. It was supposed to be like the villains were supposed to be evil caricatures. Which, I mean, let's be honest, like, do you want Nazis that you kind of agree with nowadays? Because nowadays, like, I think we've passed the point where people don't understand why fascism is bad and why shit like that is bad. And it's like, do you want Nazis where you can see their point? I don't know if you do in this day and age, because some people are going to be like, all Empire did nothing wrong, and it's like, no, they're going to do it seriously, and you're going to be like, oh no. Oh no.
Well, that's like, I've told people before that like the Empire. Are you talking about in Star Wars? Like,
well, I mean, like I don't want to say like I don't want to go like full with it when like there's the whole like Hitler did nothing wrong, because that's like no, you're obviously like
you're being a fuck.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it's kind of like those people that are like start joking about Empire did nothing wrong, and then like at some point they trick themselves into believing it, and it's like, no, these were bad people doing bad things.
Yeah,
like,
they were
what they thought was good, but no, they're terrible.
Not galactic, but global genocide.
Yeah.
Like destroying entire planets. On many
scales, and like subjugation of basically the entire galaxy for no other purpose than because you want to rule it. Yeah, no,
somebody had posted this thing that was like, you know, Darth Vader, well, his parents died, and this happened, and you know, he had a terrible childhood, and he became one of the baddest motherfuckers on the planet. And I'm like, no, you don't want to be like Darth Vader. He's
Like,
basically a space Nazi.
yeah, no, he's terrible. Like he's a terrible person who did terrible. I mean, he started by murdering children. Like this
Yeah,
wasn't
that
even
was
so
like,
evil yet. Like this was just a warm up for him.
yeah, that was like literally the younglings. Well, that and that village full of people,
Yeah,
the aliens, the oh my god, I can't even think of the
yes,
name.
yeah, that was bad, but it was like it was one of those things where like he was mad that they killed his mom.
Yeah, but that's still not right.
No, it's not right, but like it's one of those things that like through the haze of rage you understand. But
Well,
everything after that, no, 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 no. You're just terrible now.
you have to. You also have to start that the slide of dark
Oh
side
yeah,
had to start somewhere, and it
100%. It was one of those things where like, but he kept making bad choices, and I'm like, this is why he is a bad person.
and I like how the like okay, so like the thing that would have made that movie better is if like instead of just like saying like and then he made this bad choice and then he made this bad choice, he actually explained to you why he like made every bad choice and it made sense like in some way. But instead they're just like they just montaged him just like murdering people for like not necessarily montage, but they kept his screen time very brief. He
Yeah,
wasn't
no, it was,
around.
dude. Like, there's so many problems with Revenge of the Sith. I can't even get into them now. Like, as much as people want to shit on it, like honestly, I
Well,
think the most complete of the prequels was one, because one felt like a whole movie, and two felt like the rest of the story that he wanted to tell, but not in a good order, with a good format, or with like story beats that really kind of made them feel like their own movies.
yeah.
Uh, or they just kind of well explained like why Anakin is basically bipolar and flips on a dime. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah,
Um,
that and like their like forced love story in two, where it's just like, well, I love you, and it's just like, what? When did that fucking happen? They were just like if you watch it, there's literally a part where they're arguing and they don't like each other and they don't get along, and then the next scene is like they love each other, and it's just like,
dude, well, okay, so
what the fuck?
George Lucas had full creative control, and I mean the prequels really showed that he can't write realistic human characters that act like realistic humans. Because yeah, that whole relationship was a garbage fire. Of like the idealization of relationships when you're 13 versus how an actual relationship should work, or anything
Yeah,
should work in a believable way. Yeah, no, like Ewan McGregor acted his ass off to
yeah,
try to save the movies,
he's the
but
best part of
holy
those
shit,
movies.
yeah, they were kind of not good.
I am so excited for the Obi-Wan TV show that they
I
like.
am too. Holy
It's
shit, Dave Filoni and fucking John Favreau have been doing amazing things with The Mandalorian. This is a shout out for anyone who hasn't been watching The Mandalorian yet, but holy crap, is it good? It is very, 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 very good. It brings a lot of the things you wanted Star Wars to feel like back and makes you feel that way about Star Wars again. It's gonna have spin-offs of characters that you already like. It handles characters you already like really well. Yeah, no, I'm very excited. Will it save the Star Wars universe? I don't know. Like
it shouldn't.
the new movies were very, very, very bad. Um, you,
I don't know if they were bad. They just weren't like particularly good.
well, okay, so they didn't write them in one order. They wrote them a movie at a time. You don't write a
Oh my
trilogy at a
god. Yeah,
time.
you're right. That's why they
Like,
felt so chunky.
yeah, that's why
Okay.
they felt like three entirely separate movies. Is because they're just like, oh, we're just gonna improv this, and it's like, no.
Ryan, oh my god, what's his name? Ryan
No, they all did it. It was J.J. Abrams and Ryan. Like they had no plan for movies 1 through 3
oh my
because
god.
basically they wanted to. So this was the stupidity. This was the level of hubris there. They wanted to recapture lightning in a bottle and do exactly what they did with the first Star Wars movies, or just write them as they went along. No, that's insane.
I also think that like it's partly J.J. Abrams who's like, well, I made Star Trek and that worked out fine. And then it's
Yeah,
like you know, he just
yeah. The hubris was out of control. Like no sane person. A trilogy is a set of 3 movies that are supposed to all tie into one thing. You don't write them a movie at a time. You write one complete story and chunk it out over 3 movies. Like, there's no sane plan that was a good idea. Just because George Lucas had amazing enough writers to smack his bad ideas down in the original trilogy doesn't mean you're gonna have those. Like the Luke Leia kiss, that's still weird as fuck. Like 50 years later.
Yeah, you can tell that they definitely didn't think that they were gonna have a sequel.
No, they definitely did not plan for Luke and Leia to be siblings. Because if you see that kiss, that's like a legit kiss. That's like, oh god,
Yeah.
like, you guys are from that Tatooine. Like Tatooine is the real Alabama. Oh fuck his face here. Like y'all ain't playing. Is this how y'all do things on Tatooine? Okay, shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you go there. But yeah, no, like that kiss is still weird as hell, and like it stayed in because they filmed the movie. They wrote the plots out of order. So when you find out that they're siblings later, you're just like, oh, okay. Han Solo was like, y'all weird for that one, but whatever. I mean, Leia's still hot, so I'm gonna slide into that. But no, like it's like it.
Ben Solo. Oh my god, Ben. Like the character of like Ben Solo. I can't remember his name.
Kylo Ren. Oh god,
Kylo Ren. He's a completely wasted character. He's fucking wasted, dude. He had so much fucking potential, and they just didn't do shit with him.
It's not an amazing meme that was like him talking to like Baby Yoda in like one of the scenes of The Mandalorian, where he's eating the cookie. And he's basically like, "Hey, Baby Yoda, you're okay. Don't come to school tomorrow." Just like, oh shit! Kylo Ren would be the fucking school shooter of Star Wars. Like that's so
no. Yeah, he's the edgy kid.
Oh my god, like that's so fucked up. But it's like I get it, I do. He really was an edgy kid. Like
he's an edgelord completely.
Yeah, the character archetype was written so terribly from the beginning.
It was because he was like
he was a bitch. He was a little bitch. He was a little bitch that just wanted to be leader.
Yeah, he basically is like, oh, I don't know. It just seems so fucking stupid.
It was terrible. It was a terrible archetype for like. It was basically that was my biggest problem with The Force Awakens. It was basically just A New Hope 2 Electric Boogaloo. Like you just rehashed all the plot points from A New Hope, remixed it, and like called it your own movie. And it's like, no, this is just A New Hope. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I mean, I fell for it. So
you just made a bigger Death Star. That's literally your MacGuffin. You made a bigger Death Star that blows up blows up multiple planets as opposed to one.
Shit. Like episode 8 is kind of fucked. What are we gonna do? Well, we still have. Let's get another Death Star.
Let's make it bigger. Let's just make it big. Let's make a whole planet of Death. Oh my god! Not a moon size, a planet size.
How can we bring the Emperor back? Well, I've got an idea. All right.
Yeah. If the first 2 Death Stars didn't work, let's make a bigger. It's the laziest writing in the world.
Let's make a fucking planet with a shadow realm, and then we'll explain to you all of these new things about the dark side that fucking are not really like.
Dude, let's not even go into the new trilogy because I mean there were just so many dumb things. They get, like that's an entire separate podcast where we just fucking shred that thing to bits because
Snoke.
So lazy.
It's super lazy.
But yeah, like Mandalorian's trying to fix it. God, like again, God bless him in that task because those movies are just a nightmare of just ridiculous writing and plot points. But yeah, I mean, I God bless them for trying. Mandalorian in itself was really good. The spinoffs will probably be really, really good too. I'm hoping.
The extended Mandalorian universe.
It's literally what it is. the MCU, the Mandalorian. That's not Star Wars MCU. But yeah. So I mean, check out the Mandalorian. It's good. The spinoffs will probably be good too. There's a million of them. But I mean, if they're all handled with the level of care Mandalorian is, those could be really good TV. If and when they start making movies again, hopefully those will be good too. But God, they just need to figure out a direction for Star Wars to go in there. Because
you know what they need to do?
We're nuts.
They need to make another Solo, the sequel to Solo.
And what are they gonna call it? Duo? I don't like. We need a like Solo 2? I don't like what do you call that?
Solo 2, another Star Wars story.
Shut up.
Dude,
I
dude,
just don't like
fucking what was it? You know, honestly, a lot of people really liked Rogue One, and it's not
Yeah.
that Rogue One's bad, but I still don't care about it.
I liked it. I liked it because it was a closed story. Everybody died at the end. Hey, you told a whole story for once.
Good for you, Star Wars, but like okay, so there's a few things that I had problems with that movie. Like, first of all,
There's making a sequel to it now too, so fuck stories being ever over.
True. I mean, like, but you know, I have a big problem with stories where everyone dies at the end. I know they have to, because like, you know, it's like they would have been in the, you know, episode 1 or something like that, or no, episode 6. God damn it, it's so confusing. No, 4, 5, and 6. What?
Yep.
Yes, 4, 5, and 6. It would have been episode 4, and but they weren't. And it makes sense. But there was another thing. Like, okay, so the blind dude. Do you agree that um, God, what the fuck's his name?
I don't try to
the blind swordsman.
exactly.
He basically had like it was very suggested that he had force powers.
So it was suggested that he was, if there was like one level below force sensitive, or if there was like a force sensitive level 1, then yes, he would be that. But again,
He's basically, in my opinion, he's a Jedi because, like, first of all, he's a blind dude who's able to fight.
He got lucky. Like, it was one of those things. Okay, so it's more complicated than luck, but like he wasn't like full-fledged Jedi. I'll put it that way.
Right, like he could definitely be a Jedi if he was trained, I think. But
I wouldn't even call that. Like, I would say
really?
like, there are people that are like light force sensitives that like will never have the power to be Jedis, but like it's like the force is like, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, you talk a good game, we'll throw you a couple bones every now and then.
They just have some midichlorians.
Something like that, like the lightest whiff, the lightest trace
Of midichlorians.
I don't think he was. I don't think it was supposed to be written in a way that he would become ever a Jedi. I just think it was like the Force was like, okay, well, I mean, every now and then, even humans can check the Force every now and then. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that he like. Okay, so at first I thought it was kind of like it suggested that he could have been a Jedi, like before, or he could be a Jedi in hiding. But and then like the fact that he, you know, even talked about the Force, and he also was like a blind dude who like beat up like a group of people, you know,
Yeah, no, I think he was if anything a very light force sensitive. Like I think Star Wars has, if anything, proved that there are different levels of force sensitivities.
Oh, everybody could have the Force.
Yeah, or everyone can at least maybe sense the basics of the force. I don't like not everyone can be trained to be a Jedi and actually like move shit with their mind, but people can probably be like, oh, I probably shouldn't walk over that cliff because there's a cliff there, you know, or like something like that.
I
Like
get you. So they have like senses.
I probably shouldn't turn right in this maze because there might be a monster there, and it's like, oh, there was a monster there. Oh wow, thank you, force powers. But yeah, it's again, it's the like I know talking about the ins and outs of the Star Wars universe. We could go on for years, and of course
Totally.
they want a shit ton of different writers. But I am really excited for what they're doing over on the Mandalorian side. I feel like George Lucas is back to helping out, and he wants to return a lot of the really cool stuff that was done in like Legends, which were like the books that came out years and years after Star Wars that kind of filled in the gaps, like added like a postscript to Return of the Jedi, gave Luke a girlfriend for a little bit. Some really cool plot points like that, which we might get. So that'll be cool. But yeah, so Mandalorian's big in 2020. It's gonna be bigger in 2021. Um, other shows in 2021. I pull up all these things, but then like I have 5 million tabs up here, so I forget them. Okay, so we'll let me
You should just use your Google Edge account and save that for the podcast.
Dude, I really should. I should make a more concise list because I'm staring at about like 30 different tabs, and it's like I can't even remember which one I was on. But yeah, let's see. So all in all, that will be really cool. I will circle back to uh yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to circle back to TV stuff because a lot of good shit came out in 2020. A lot of shit got canceled. We'll get back to that in a minute. Um, for other dumb shitty shit that happened though, West Coast wildfires. Yes, California almost burned down. That sucked. RBG died. This really sucked for a lot of reasons, including the current Supreme Court balance. But I mean, also she was a really dope lady that did some dope ass shit. Defended modern society from the stupid and actually tried to make it a more free society, more equal society, and a better society. So she gets big ups into heaven or Buddhist reincarnation or wherever she's going. She definitely put in hard work to make the world a better place, though. And she deserves credit for that, even after she's gone. Trump got COVID. Yep. A lot of dumb things happened. I could say, sometimes what is it? Bad things happen to bad people, but bad people don't pay for bad things. Let's be honest. They're too well insulated with their money and their power and their ability to access life-saving treatments that, like, they can count on one hand of the people that have got that treatment because they have money and status and access. So yeah, that sucks. But he's fine. I mean, which is I guess good. Because he didn't die, which would have been even more of a pain in the ass. But like, fucking wear a mask, bro. Like, goddamn, holy shit. Is it that hard? Um, Eddie Van Halen's death. Yeah, this one really sucked. Dude, legendary fucking music artist, legendary guitarist.
About that.
Yeah, shit, bro. Dude, 2020 took the hits. We took the hits. I'm gonna go through the celebrity death list, but there was a shit ton. Joe Biden becomes president. Hey, America, you did something right for once. Let's go. Alex Trebek died. Also really sucks. Dude was a legendary game show host. Jeopardy tried to raise the intellect of the country single-handedly with one fucking game show. Couldn't do it all its work on its own, but like I will never have someone not tell me that Jeopardy is not the most intellectually savvy mainstream game show. Its questions are a lot more broad and a lot more intelligent than Who Wants to Be a Millionaire by far. A lot less stupid. It really tries to show that yes, like learning should still be a thing when you're an adult. And yes, people can learn things and know things. Knowing things is good. And we used to once care about that as a society. I don't know if we still care about that, but I mean, Jeopardy, I feel like was a show that really tried to teach that, education and learning cool shit can be fun. And I hope whoever carries on the legacy of hosting that show after him tries to keep that going. I know they're gonna do a bunch of guest hosts for now after his death to kind of honor him. Like I know Ken Jennings, a lot of the big winners of all time have come on and host. I've seen a lot of like fan castings of like who should host next. One of them was like the dude from Reading Rainbow, LeVar
Burton.
I think that would be fucking dope as hell.
He would be great. Yeah.
Really cool, but I mean, we'll see what happens. But I mean, yeah, Jeopardy was an awesome show. I loved it as a kid. I was like, oh shit, do I remember this random fact from like high school U.S. history or like other random shit from around the world? It was cool. It tried to make trivia mainstream in this country. And I will never downplay any of that for trying to make America smarter because I think it tried to. Kicking and screaming. COVID vaccine. Hey, we're starting to turn things around. Okay, but before we do that, let's do the for whom the bell tolls list. And I mean, we've already gone through some of the big ones. We've gone through Kobe. We've gone through some of the Januaries. But I mean, yeah, man, 2020. Life is a give and take. But we definitely took some lumps in 2020. And some big names decided to move on to whatever comes after. But yeah, essentially, shit. I had this list. Where are we going? Okay, so yeah, Neil Peart in January also, legendary
Holy
Canadian
fuck.
drummer and lyricist from Rush. Yep.
Yeah, Neil Peart.
Yeah, I forgot about that one from Rush.
Yeah, wow.
Christopher Tolkien, dude who played Sauron, the White from Lord of the Rings. Awesome actor, awesome British actor. I know, hold on, excuse me. Christopher Tolkien is probably a relative of J.R.R. Tolkien. But I know we lost Christopher Lee a couple, like at least within the last like couple years. Actually, that might have been a while ago.
Count
Um,
Dooku.
yeah, he was an awesome actor as well. Yeah, I think he was Count Dooku as well. So yeah, he was just a cool dude. That wasn't
Wait.
this year, but that was another year. How did I get Christopher Lee and Christopher Tolkien confused? I guess that's an easy one. But Mary Higgins Clark.
They both
Um,
look very similar, and
yeah.
one dude was he's Count Dooku and he's also Dracula. But anyway, go
Mary
on.
Higgins, the famous American novelist. I know my mom was super into reading murder mystery novels. I read a lot of her books. Pretty famous. Let's see. Kind of skip around through February here. This is on like Wikipedia, so you can check it out. But I mean, a lot of people that you just kind of forgotten about, but were like huge names. Let's see. Clive Cussler. Have you ever read a Clive Cussler book?
Mm-mm.
Really famous American kind of adventure novelist. He kind of was the Ian Fleming of America. Ian Fleming is the British author of the James Bond books. Clive Cussler kind of wrote a little bit of the American equivalent with like his Dirk Pitt novels. He had a couple other characters here and there, but I mean, they're all kind of like speculative, like Indiana Jonesy sci-fi, like Navy man has to uncover some weird plot to like take over the world or destroy the world or something something something. Sometimes there's like ancient technology or like ancient lost knowledge. Sometimes it's like new technology, but it's always something really cool. If you're trying to get back into reading as an adult, these are definitely really fun books to do it. And really cool little kind of like speculative sci-fi adventures. But yeah, I mean, the dude had been born in 1931, been writing for years, got his son into writing, wrote books with his son. Some of them turned out really good. I don't know if you ever seen Sahara with Matthew McConaughey, but that was one of the few novelizations that tried to be turned into a movie. Movie didn't end up turning out great, but it was fun. Katherine Johnson, black woman who worked at NASA, fucking mathematician, badass, helped send fucking people to the moon. Hell yeah. What is it? There was that movie that came out, something unspoken, unwritten, yada yada yada. My memory's failing me. But it's really cool. Shit, now I gotta click on it because I hate Hidden Figures. Hidden Figures. That was the movie with Taraji P. Henderson. They came out a while back. You should check that out if you want a little bit of the Katherine Johnson story with Hollywood flair. But fucking women in fucking a lot of people that don't get recognized very often, people of color, have been fucking pulling their weight in science for a long ass time, and it's cool to finally. I mean, they didn't get their recognition at the time, but I mean, when they die, they get some, or when they get old, they get some. But I mean, hey man, people have been doing shit, even if you're not paying attention, and it's always nice to sometimes see that they get some respect for it. Uh, Freeman Dyson, British-born politician. I'm pretty sure it was the dude that came up with the idea for the Dyson sphere. Like, really fucking smart dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, like shit. We lost him in 2022. So February 28th. But yeah, what else we got? Kind of going through like the American and British ones that I recognize, but of course, this is an international list. There's a lot of other people on this. Betty White's still around and kicking. No, hell yeah, we got Betty White for
Holy shit.
2021, baby. She's around for another year.
Another
Still
100
got her.
years.
Holding on strong. Hell yeah. But what else? Do. In April. Got Who else? He's kind of famous. Carl Reiner is kind of famous American actor and comedian. Do do do. Do. Wilford Brimley, another pretty famous American actor, been in a shit ton of stuff.
Diabetes. Yep.
Diabetes. There you go. Someone remembers the deep lore there.
Top of his acting
Hide his craft.
achievements.
Hide his craft. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
The pinnacle.
That or maybe The Thing. He was in The Thing. I don't.
It's one of the best horror movies of all time. Arguably best, but absolutely one of them. Yep, Chadwick Boseman in August. Yeah, shit. Went over that one already. Let's see. John D. Barrow, who's an English theoretical physicist and cosmologist. Another legend of the mathematics science game there. Let's see. We're in October. So days apart, even though only one death got revealed literally yesterday. It's now the 1st. But October, no, actually both on the same day. Sorry, I was reading this, but October 31st, 2020, we lost both the legend and the great Sean Connery and the legend and the great MF Doom. Now I could go on at so much length about Doom, and I will. I'm gonna save it a little bit for the end because I just want to finish things in order and not ADD jump around in and out of the list. But I mean, arguably one of the most influential rappers of all time. One of the most legendary producers and beat makers of all time. Practically popularized like lo-fi hip hop before it was cool by himself. Just an absolute legend of the game. Remember, if you ever are going to talk about this man, if you're ever going to speak about this man in the future again, all caps when you spell the man name, that's the Metal Face Doom. And yes, we will talk about him later, but I mean, so many words can be spoken, so many things can be said. Phenomenal talent, in my opinion. He was like the John Coltrane, the free jazz artist of hip hop. Absolutely just a madman in creating like new, crafty, intelligent rhymes and beats using crazy different rhyme schemes and meters. He even took the name of that volcano that erupted in like New Zealand or whatever. I can't even say it. It starts with an E, like Evan Goku. I can't even say it. And like put it in a rhyme just because you could do it. Crazy genius of just lyrical wordplay and all that stuff like that.
Crazy evil genius.
Crazy evil, exactly. Crazy evil genius. Self-styled after the Marvel villain, sometimes anti-hero, Doctor Doom himself.
Devon Doom.
He was I hate the term, but he was a black nerd before it was cool, or blurred. That's the world's most retarded word in the universe. Don't ever use it. But I mean, yeah, like he would often put references to like 60s Saturday morning Marvel cartoons, like superhero cartoons in his raps. Made Star Trek references in his raps. Put out a record with like Adult Swim, featuring like heroes from Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, and like characters from Aqua Teen Hunger Force just because he could, like Space Ghost because he could. The consummate legend and talent. Again, I don't know. I said I wasn't gonna go on length about it. I said I was gonna circle back, but like, I mean, I guess I said most of what I could say. I have just one. Ooh, so like, let me just do one little tribute to him. And I'll just leave it at that. But like, let me see if I can do the first verse of like all caps, just for the people out there that are fans. I'm a terrible rapper, but I aspire to be a better one. And like Mad Villainy, IMF Doom was one of the people that got me really hooked on hip hop back when I was like young middle schooler trying to find out what music I like. So yeah, I'm gonna do acapella obviously because no music because DMCA. But here we go. So nasty that it's probably somewhat of a travesty. Having me daily told me people you can call me your majesty. Keep your battery charged. You know it won't stick, yo. And you know it's not his fault. You kick slow. Shoulda let your trick hold. So let your trick hold chick you sick low. Plus nobody couldn't do nothing once he let the brick go. And I know that's a bunch of snow. The beat is so butter. People slow cutter as he uttered the calm flow. Your mother don't talk about my mom's yo. Sometimes he rhyme quick, sometimes he rhyme slow. A verse versa. Whip up a slice of the nice verse pie. He did on the first try. Villain, the worst guy. Spot hot tracks like he spotted a pair of fat asses. Shots of the scotch out from the square shot glasses. And he won't stop till he got the masses. And like I could keep going, but like, man, the dude is a genius. The dude was a genius at writing lyrics. Absolute fire. And yeah, I mean, it's a damn shame, but just remember all caps when you spell a man's name. And like straight up, uh yeah, I mean, dude the legend. I mean, go like hop on Spotify, check out his discography. I mean, even like NPR bites his like instrumental like hooks and samples for their like interludes between like segments. I mean, absolute touched everywhere in terms of pop culture and being an influence on the culture of like hip hop and jazz and inspiration and like making stuff go mainstream. Didn't do it for the clout, didn't do it for the fame. Yeah, he got a little bit of that, but like he wasn't on that like materialist like mainstream rapper shit. Nah, he did it because it was an art form and he was good at it. And much respect to him.
Yeah, for sure.
But dang, that was really trash. I should have rehearsed that before I did it. But
dude, it sounded great, dude.
Yeah. But I mean, my meter was like way off. But I mean, yeah, Doom is a legend, bro. If you ever like in a coffee house late night doing some karaoke, and you think you got some flow, you think Doom, pull it up and show the people why Doom was a great. But yeah. Just amazing discography. Listen to it sometime. It's on Spotify. It's on YouTube. You can check it out on Wikipedia. It's all good. But yeah, Doom is a legend. Rest in peace. Amazing up to his family for keeping it a secret that long. I'm sure it's been hard for them. But I'm sure they wanted to let everyone know before the year was over, which is when they released the information yesterday. That Doom was no longer with us. So and yeah, I mean, yeah, absolute consummate talent that influenced a ton of people and the music they like and stuff like that. So shout outs, big ups, RIP. But yeah, finishing out this list. Yo, bro, how are they gonna do us like this? Like how SNL gonna do us like this? In October we lost Sean Connery. In November we lost Alex Trebek. I mean, come on, bro. I mean, they doing the battle up in heaven where they're arguing over shit like in SNL. But
I
like
didn't even
yeah,
put that together until.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
like shit. Like I mean, bro, if there were two people were gonna go the same year, I mean, like obviously that was like fictional, like hype about them in like SNL. Like, I'm sure they didn't really fight in real life, but that sketch is legendary,
Yeah, it's
SNL. So I'll bring it up. But yeah, I mean, shit, we lost Trebek and we lost Connor the same year. That's rough. They're both absolute legends. Uh, let's see. Shit. I'm sure they're fighting up in heaven over something dumb. And then December.
Mother Trebek.
Yeah, there you go. Suck at Trebek. That's what your mother said last night.
I'll take the penis mightier for 500.
So like, I will never not like. I don't know if I should like. Okay, so like, the man couldn't do anything but a Scottish accent, but holy shit, did he make me want to believe that he was the only Russian sub member with a Scottish accent in the Hunt for Red October? Because that was just like, you're Russian, but I'm okay with it. I'll roll with it. It's Sean Connery, baby.
It's like when Mark Wahlberg played that guy from Texas in the Transformers movie. He's like, I'm Mark Wahlberg. I'm from Texas. I'm a scientist.
He's what part of Texas are you from? Oh, the north side through Boston, He's a transplant. Yeah, that was crazy. He's like, how long you live in Texas? It's like, how long you live in Boston? Like, that was nuts, bro. Like, people who just don't have any accent range playing characters just because the role says. It was just sometimes just funny as fuck.
Mark Wahlberg always plays just Mark Wahlberg. That's all he can play.
Yep, but we're okay with it. Just like Sean Connery, we're just okay with it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But so December. But yeah, just again, absolute legend. Again, only believable Scottish Russian submarine pilot in the world. Only one I ever believe.
Deep cuts.
But go watch Hunt for Red October. It's a dope movie if you haven't ever seen it.
Go watch Dragonheart.
No, go watch. Go watch. What's it called? Shit. Highlander. Yeah. Wasn't he like a Scottish Spaniard in that? Like it was something.
Yes. Yeah. He's the Scottish Spaniard that trained
Duncan MacLeod. Yeah.
Is it? Wait. Okay. So I get both the MacLeods confused.
Yeah, there's two of them. That's the problem.
The cousin. I get the cousin confused with the guy from the movies all the time.
Because the guy from one of them, Duncan, was the one in the show, and I'm pretty sure he might have shown up. Movies. The show was dope, by the way. Like, if you want an example of like great 90s character of the week writing, go watch that fucking show. It's so good.
I actually had a part. Oh my god! I think it was we were just watching the 20XX. I put it like a little scene from the opening of that show, the Highlander show, because I used to love that show as a kid.
Yeah, it had the opening by Queen. Yeah, the show was dope as fuck.
Yeah, dude.
Born to be kings, we're the heroes of the universe. That shit was fire. Like,
that's a fucking badass song.
This shit was dope as hell.
Yeah, that's my shit.
Yeah, like back when Queen did stuff for TV and movies, holy shit! Like the fucking "We Will Rock You" in fucking Mighty Ducks, fire as fuck. I mean, granted that was written before Mighty Ducks, but still fire.
Well, they did Flash.
They did Flash, yeah. Dope as hell. Yeah, no, I remember watching that movie. I'm like, oh shit, is that Queen? And then they like show up in that fucking music video and shit. Yeah, that was dope. Yeah, that shit was dope. Queen writing fucking your. You've made it when Queen wrote your fucking intro for your show. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, they can. They can write some fucking amazing songs. That's for sure.
They could write some jams. R.I.P. Freddie Mercury, but fucking Brian. Oh god,
Brian May.
Yes, he has a PhD in physics. What a baller!
I did not know that. I think.
But after he was done rocking out with Queen, he decided to be like, "Yo, I'm gonna go and finish my fucking physics PhD," and he did it.
I think the dude, the guitarist from Black Sabbath, is a doctor, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Shout outs.
I think, and also the dude from the lead singer of the, oh my god, the Offspring is like, I think he's like a chemist or a biologist or something like that.
Yeah, no, I know.
Dexter.
I know what's his name. I know the that German action movie star. He has like, I think at least his undergrad in chemical engineering.
Oh yeah, like he's not. You're talking about Dolph Lundgren.
Yes, yeah. Dolph Lundgren has at least a degree in chemical engineering.
He actually has like a few different degrees. And like I think he has like a few master's degrees.
Shout out to our educated artists out there. Straight up.
Yeah, that guy's dope.
Hold it down on two fronts.
Dolph Lundgren, yeah. I mean, Ivan Drago. And
So like the 90s and the 80s were such a magical time for writing like heroic character movies. Like, yes, I mean those characters weren't real people, but I'll be damned if they didn't make some enjoyable movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
Like everything
actually
was like, black and white. The characters weren't complex, or if they were complex, it was for like, not necessarily realistic reasons, but like, damn, those are some enjoyable movies.
yeah, I'm actually I still have to watch Creed 2. I know it's on Hulu, and I've been meaning to watch it. It's like I want to be in the mood to watch a movie, and I'll, pop it in and do it. But
Yeah, they're definitely. I think they're well written characters to be looked up to that weren't too problematic in the movies they were in. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
But yeah, it was a fun time for action movies like Cliffhanger, The Seagal, all those crazy ass movies, like ridiculous scenes, the shit that should never happen. Like you should never just be hanging off a cliff like that. But
Steven
cool,
Seagal should never get a woman half as good looking as he gets in all of his movies.
true story.
Especially
True story.
like in the
Was
more
it
recent ones.
Seagal in Cliffhanger? Or was it Stallone? I can't
That
remember.
was
I'm trying to.
Stallone. Cliffhanger, yeah,
Stallone. There we go.
Cliffhanger is
Thank
the
you.
movie about climbing.
Yeah, I knew I was fucking up. I'm like, wait, that was Seagal, wasn't Cliffhanger? Cliffhanger was Stallone, but
Yeah,
yeah.
Seagal, like
Oh,
in his later movies, like he just like is completely old and fat, and he just like gets like banging chicks, and
yeah.
it's
Well, I
like
mean that's
no,
because he's living off the legacy of the name. I mean, just how like Bruce Willis still gets action movies that he probably shouldn't be in anymore either. But yeah, it is what it is.
Bruce Willis should fucking retire.
Probably, but goddamn, wasn't Fifth Element good? Um, but no, like yeah, I don't even know. Uh, yeah, Cliffhanger was dope. We should definitely do a movie review of why am I forgetting? What's that
Wonder.
movie that it's the Stallone Wesley Snipes movie that I should know the
Oh,
name of.
Demolition Man.
Yes, that movie is fire.
Yeah, dude, that's one of my childhood jams.
100%. We should do a review of that at some point. I love that movie. It's young Sandra Bullock when she was young, cute, and innocent. Just
Yeah.
enjoyable.
You don't
Enjoyable
know how to
time.
use the three seashells. And also Rob Schneider's in that movie.
Yeah.
Playing Rob
And they had,
Schneider.
they had the multiple different cuts for like whatever market you were in. Like there was the cart. There was the cut when like Taco Bell won the restaurant war.
Oh
There's the cut
yeah.
when Pizza won the restaurant war, and I think there's like one other cut. Like you can all look this up on Wikipedia, but there's like literally different like restaurant advertisement cuts in the movie. It's not.
I'm a firm Pizza Hut cut man.
Yeah, no, Pizza Hut
Um
should have beat Taco Bell hands down. I mean,
but
I'm not saying Taco Bell bad, but Pizza Hut should have won that war.
no, I just prefer that version of the movie. I don't really I don't care about the food. I'm just like it's like like there's gonna be somebody who's like I only watched the Schneider cut
Yeah.
of Justice League.
Yeah.
I'm like the guy who's like I only watched the Pizza Hut cut of that movie.
Straight up, straight up. I mean, let's be honest. If the restaurants went to war, those Pizza Hut employees would be putting those Taco Bell employees to shame any day.
Well, you see, both of them went out of business in our area, so
Yeah,
so I mean, they're fucking
they
they're
both
both
they
in
both would have
shame,
lost to McDonald's and BK. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
and so did Krispy Kreme. That shit's gone too.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't that mad because I wasn't that into donuts at the time, but I mean, I know we used to fund Anime Boston through Krispy Kreme, so it's kind of sad that they went out of business when they were so
Yeah,
close.
I used to have to drive to Boston to get Krispy Kreme donuts.
Shit was nuts, bro. I mean, now you have to again, right? Shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's
uh,
the
oh,
circle of life.
yeah, real talk. Cycles. But yeah. So last but not least, finishing off, just other big homies we lost in 2020. Chuck Yeager, legendary American Air Force officer and test pilot. Literally, I think The Right Stuff is like a book from that like fucking legendary engineer test pilot era, written about his life and all the crazy shit he did being a test pilot. So bigs up to him. Rest in peace. Died on the 7th of December. Tommy Lister. Um, Dude, my first black TV president from the fucking Fifth Element, like the black president, like even pre-Obama, like before it could be a reality, it had to be on the small screen. And Tommy Lister helped do that for me in the Fifth Element. Also, like he did a bunch of other crazy roles. Like I'm pretty sure he was in Friday. He played like Debo. If you ever seen Friday,
Oh
he's
yeah,
done
yeah,
like
yeah. Okay, so now that you said Debo, I know who this guy is now.
yep, yep. But yeah, just like actor, professional wrestler, just big black dude who could be funny, who could still do some fun, silly character acting. So yeah, rest in peace, man. He was a cool dude. He brought fun energy to a lot of the movies.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
yeah, John le Carre, one of the big, really famous English authors, spy novels. Wrote Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Haven't read it yet. I always wanted to. There's a movie with Gary Oldman. Kept meaning to watch it. Still haven't yet. It's on my to-do list, as are a million things. But in the post Ian Fleming era, definitely another really famous British spy author, a novelist. Um, and then shoot, Brody Lee. So like, yeah, he was the. I think he played like Luke Harper in WWE. Played and I'm breaking kayfabe here. But yeah, no, another really famous like American wrestler who died this year. So R.I.P. man. I mean, that's like it's been a tough year for a lot of it's been a tough year.
So wait, so you said we were gonna go through the bad stuff and then the good stuff. When does the good stuff start to
I
happen?
know, right? For real, man.
Yeah,
2020 taking the lumps.
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, okay. So yeah, no. So we've done the bad stuff. We've gone through it. There's COVID vaccine. Hope things are looking up. Now we're gonna talk about the good stuff of 2020. So like, I'm about to like hop into the like best whatever of 2020. But I mean, again, let me ask you, like, what was another thing in 2020 that stuck out for you that was like, yo, this is actually kind of dope.
Okay, so like all for me, it was all the GGPO that came out and
All the games that
basically
came out with rollback?
yeah,
Yes.
all the games came out with rollback and like everything being updated and people playing old games, and getting to go back and play them and being like, yeah, these games are actually pretty fucking fun.
Did Parsec come out in 2020 or 2019? I'm trying to remember.
Did what?
Parsec come out in 2020 or 2019? I'm trying to remember.
I think it came out a few years ago, but I'm not sure. I know it's been updated pretty
Yeah.
frequently. But yeah, totally. Um,
Yeah, so if for those of you who don't know, like Parsec is basically like I would call it almost like Zoom sharing, but for video games. Like it basically transcribes direct inputs over the internet. So like you could be running an emulator or an emulator game or even a normal game on your computer and be playing with a friend, not over like the traditional networking of the in-game stuff, but just through Parsec. Basically sending their inputs through for their computer to you, and acting like it's a local multiplayer. So it's an absolutely super cool tool.
yeah, it's honestly like when I first got it, it was kind of choppy, but I was also playing people that were like a little bit, all over the place.
It
A
had
little,
like or far away or didn't have like good stable, connections, which
yeah,
of course like wired is better than wireless any day of the week. So
it's only gotten better since then.
yep. But yeah, no, Parsec's an amazing tool. I think Steam heard all the hype and actually basically built their own Parsec with their remote play together feature, which is what they added and incorporated. So like, I mean, just the idea itself was enough to spur Valve off its ass to do something, because it's absolutely an awesome feature, and they showed it wasn't that hard to do. But yeah, Parsec is dope. Rollback netcode is the future.
For
I could
sure.
try to tell rollback netcode to people that haven't already heard it. But basically, it's what makes your fighting games run like they should actually run when you're playing locally over the internet. It uses some predictive shit. There's a couple other things it does. It like dis it basically separates the graphics rendering engine from the game rendering engine. So like if you don't have to transmit both of those things at the same time, you can kind of simulate which one you're doing over the internet to try to like make the pipeline a little bit more streamlined, especially over like weird connections that can drop shit. But yeah, it's really cool. It's a really cool idea, really cool technology. One of the big problems in the U.S. was that like a lot of the code is figured out, stateside, but Japan is like the home of like the most legendary fighting games pretty much in history. So it's been taking a while for them to adopt it. Some of the companies are finally learning. Not Nintendo. Some companies.
Well, I mean, they have a better infrastructure there, and they're a lot closer together, at least for the most part. So it's easier for them to.
Worldwide, they have to deal with people who don't have great internet infrastructure or are gigantic countries like we are. So
Yeah.
No, I'm happy some people are hopping on board the rollback train. I mean, the rollback basically reinvigorated Melee because before people were playing kind of wonky connections, and then one software developer basically loved Melee so much that he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna not work for like 6 to 9 months while I all on my own for like no money, but just because I love this game, code up a rollback solution for Melee, and he did it, and it's fucking amazing. And now Melee is in its own another renaissance, just because people are able to play Melee over the internet almost as fast as playing it in real life. And that's crazy. That's nuts. That's awesome. What does Nintendo do that on their own? No, of course. It takes one insanely technically skilled fan to do that. Who has the comfort to be able to take time off work, literally just to do shit he likes. Whereas Nintendo has money and could do stuff that they wanted to do but don't. And yeah, rollback isn't even part of like Smash Ultimate. Like Smash Ultimate could be better, but they don't do it. But I mean, they're a Japanese company, and they're always like, in my opinion, like Nintendo's always like 10 to 15 years behind on the internet. So in 10 to 15 years, maybe we'll finally get it. But rollback is how you want all your fighting games to play. Even if you don't play fighting games very often or just play Smash, you want it to have roll.
Yeah, it honestly like it feels like I'm in the same room when I play against August even.
That's that crispy shit.
Yeah, it's the good stuff. So
let's see. I have a list here. PC Gamers Game of the Year 2020 was Death Stranding. That's an opinion of some of PC Gamer. No, so yeah, I mean, let me pull up the official list because, and by official list, I don't mean official list. I just mean that the Game Awards happened about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and yes, games won, games lost. Let's talk about it. But all in the whole, I mean, yeah, 2020 was an amazing year for video games, not just because of what came out, but just that like more people are spending time at home and a lot of games got played. I mean, I think gaming is definitely breaking out as one of the next big forms of media.
I think it already has, you know.
Yeah, but like I mean, well, it's a multi-billion-dollar year revenue industry already. I mean, like Fortnite makes that just for themselves. The EA Sports games make that just for themselves with their bullshit microtransactions.
Yeah.
I mean, even with other games, I mean, it's insane how big gaming is getting, and honestly, I think it's only going to get bigger when a lot of people see that, like, oh, cool, like I can interact with this basically small fictional world somebody made. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So yeah, I mean, I said I think more people are going to come around with gaming, and gaming is going to be mainstream. Like I already put like a bunch of gaming stuff like in my my dating profiles there, my social profiles, and like I get
gamer.
The ladies be loving the Mario Kart sometimes, or the Mario Party. Because that's shit a lot of people our age grew up with, and I think that's only going to be more true with time. But yeah, no. Let's see. So, yeah. Death Stranding was PC Gamer's Game of the Year. Hades was Eurogamer's Game of the Year. And yes, Hades is an amazing game. If you haven't played it, go play it. It's really effing good.
Good shit.
It's a roguelite. The story moves along. The more you die, it's like it's so well voice acted and just scripted, and I can't even. There's so many things I could talk about. Like I think Max was saying earlier, it's a masterclass in game design, and that's why everyone loves it. And it 100% is. It's a very enjoyable game to play. Feels very good to play it. There's a bunch of different weapons, a bunch of different ways to play it. It's kind of like a top-down action game, but it's absolutely amazing. Really should, yeah. It's not that expensive. It's an indie game. It's sold for indie prices. I think you can get it for like $20, but it's just really really good. Um, but yeah. So let's go down and look at kind of just at least the best game nominees. You know, a lot of stuff is subjective. Winners and losers and stuff are subjective, but
So
I'm sure a lot of the stuff was stuff people enjoyed. What were you gonna say?
So, what do you say? Because we're at about 3.5 now.
Yeah, you
Do
want to
you,
wrap up in like 15,
yeah,
20 minutes, half an hour?
yeah. But would I be able to go to the bathroom? Because
Oh
I
yeah,
have
yeah,
an
sure.
old man bladder.
Yeah, sure. Oh, sure. Yeah, go to the bathroom. Go do what you gotta do.
All right, man. I will be right back.
All right, I'll work on what I was doing while you're ready to go.
All right, cool.
All
So,
right, so yeah. So we'll go through games, and then we'll go through memes, and then we'll go through just a little bit of the 2021 stuff we excited about. But yeah, so like, shoot, man. I mean, some really fun games came out in this past year. Like really and really good too. Like not even just fun, but good. Doom Eternal. Like a lot of people weren't sure if after Doom 2016 you could make a better game, and they did. And like it was one of those things where it's like, wow, you guys are kind of reinventing the what made kind of the Quake-esque, like the action shooter special. Like I think a lot of people get bogged down in shooters thinking they have to be Call of Duty, and it's like no, they can be so much more than that. With some smart level design, smart weapon design. I mean, this is a game that makes you use all of the weapons because there's a reason, a time, and a place to use them all. Like so many just intelligent things about it. And it's a fun ass game to play. Uh, yeah, that came out this year. Um, Final Fantasy VII Remake, a legendary remake of an already legendary game. That made it so modern audiences could enjoy it. Made it an action RPG, so I could push button. I could push button, number go up. And it was fun. I mean, I like it, I watched playthroughs of it. I'm still a broke boy that hasn't decided to spring for a PS4 or PS5 yet. But I mean, that's first on the list for when I get one because that game looks fun as fuck. Same with Ghost of Tsushima, bro. An American company made a dope ass samurai game. Like literally, like they went to Japan and they were like, "Do you like samurai game?" And Japan was like, "You did good, America. You did good."
you damn right we do.
And yeah, it's a sick as fuck game. Probably one of the best and most fun and kind of enjoyable, like samurai action movie feeling samurai games in a while. It's just an amazing world, beautiful graphics. Like, ugh, I could drool all day, but just awesome ass game. Really, really fun combat system for an action game. Awesome. Animal Crossing. Pretty sure that came out this year, but either or,
Yeah,
dope
I
ass game.
think it did
Uh,
definitely.
I'm personally not an Animal Crossing guy, but I love games that just kind of let you chill, relax, and do like fun, silly shit. And yeah, I mean, Animal Crossing delivers that in spades, bro. Like a lot of people use that to get through their COVID blues in 2020. Just like it's like the meme where like this is fine, where like shit's burning on the outside, but I got this dope ass home in Animal Crossing that I can always return to and have fun. And yeah, a lot of people enjoyed that, and like it's got a cool community social aspect where you can go visit other people's houses. So, a big part of like your community, life being a community effort. Like you're able to kind of support your bros through Animal Crossing. But yes, the winner was Last of Us Part 2. I watched some of the playthrough of it. I think a lot of people liked it because, again, you know, the games industry has a real big, deep fascination with the movie industry and trying to like. I'm not gonna say be like the movie industry, but like a lot of people like games that can kind of do that movie, but also a game thing. And I think The Last of Us 1 was an absolute perfect picture of that. Like so much so they wanted to make a movie out of it because it's just so fucking good, so fucking well plotted and written. Almost like a movie in itself. Last of Us 2, I feel like it tried to do some of that again. Probably did some of it well. From what I know of the story, even though I didn't follow all of it, I don't think it was as gripping as Last of Us 1. But I mean, this has been a long-awaited sequel for about maybe like almost a decade. So I'm sure people were happy they finally got it. It did a lot of amazing technical stuff. Which is another reason why I think people liked it. And possibly another reason why it won the game award it did. But I mean, it's cool to see. As I said, I'm a big believer that there is a like games don't have to be movies, but there's definitely a fun, interesting place of overlap between making games that are kind of like movies and movies like games. So I'm not mad about that. Games can be whatever you want them to be, and having them be like films is also a cool idea. Um, yeah, and it won the award for best game and direction too. It pretty much just killed the game awards. Like it took home a shit ton of awards. Um, the next thing that was won not by it was best art direction, which went to Ghost of Tsushima. Also, yeah, I mean the game. Like I already said, the game is beautiful, amazing art. The other nominees were Ori, Hades, Final Fantasy Remake, and The Last of Us. All beautiful fucking games. Hades is a gorgeous game. Final Fantasy is a gorgeous game. Ori and the Will o' the Wisp, also a gorgeous game, as was its prequel, Ori and the Blind Forest. Best music went to Final Fantasy VII Remake. I mean, let's be honest, the Japanese know how to fucking score video games. they,
Well,
they fucking shredded that.
yeah, that soundtrack is balling too. And I'm kind of bummed because I have that. I bought the soundtrack, but it's on my PS4, and I don't know how to get it because I want to get it on my phone.
Yeah,
I don't know how to do it yet.
yeah. No, like I don't. Man, there's. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Jap like. I mean, you could go back. You could go back to the '90s and look at like NES games, or even Super Nintendo games, or even PlayStation games. You can go forward. Like some of the scores for those games, you're just like, holy shit! I will remember this song 10, 20 years later because it is that good.
Yoshi's
And a
Island.
lot of the Final Fantasy games have soundtracks like that. So it's like, yeah,
They do, yeah. I mean, if if I were to say, I think for me, I don't know about 9, but I know that 6, 7, 8, and 10 all have amazing soundtracks. And I
even
don't
for
really
like the games that look like jank, like PlayStation. I mean, it wasn't jank at the time; it was the height of graphics at the time. But like,
right.
even like going back and playing those games with their like on the original hardware, even with the jank graphics, listen to those soundtracks. You're just like, holy shit! Like, whew,
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah, there's some really good stuff. Speaking of which, I still have to go back and play the Final Fantasy VIII remake when I
Yeah,
get
no,
a
I have
chance.
yeah, I have. I think I have 8 too on my. I have like 8 and 10 that I want to play or it might have been 9 and 10, but yeah, like I have them on my Switch, and I'm like I keep needing to get around to playing them. But
Literally the
yeah,
perfect way to play them.
portable, hell yeah. Switch is a dope console. As I said, Nintendo does a lot of things ass backwards, but one of the things they definitely understand is people want to be able to take their games anywhere they have to go, and which you can pretty much do that. The internet and other shit is one thing, but being able to be portable is another. One day we'll all pay money to our Stadia overlords for rent, but until that day,
Stadia?
yeah, it's
Google
coming. It's
Stadia?
coming. It's the
Yeah.
silent. It's the silent killer. It's gonna sneak up on you.
I
Apparently,
mean, the
well,
best
you
way
play
to
Cyberpunk. You
best
play
way
the
to play Cyberpunk, yeah.
yeah. This is the thing. They're gonna get you. They're lulling you into a false sense of security so they can knife you in the back with how good they eventually get.
Wake the fuck up, samurai.
Basically, we have a game industry to burn.
We have credibility to burn.
Basically, yeah. I mean, Google's got money to throw at the problem, so they're not hard up for that. Games for Impact. Tell me why. I don't know much about the Games for Impact category. For a thought-provoking game with pro social media message, it's cool. I'll have to kind of research more of that. There was some really kind of unique games that came out this year. There's another game I'm gonna talk about that it's like a photography game that tries to teach you how to take good photos. Like there's just some cool, unique games. Like I like the ideas that people can use games to teach different skills or ideas. I always thought that was a really neat concept, and some cool games like that came out this year. Best ongoing game, No Man's Sky. Really interesting. It beat out Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Call of Duty Warzone, and Fortnite. I mean,
Wow. Yeah, out of those games,
No Man's Sky at least deserves it for the E for effort. Everything else is kind of like, yeah, it's a game, but like, what more is it? Like, No Man's Sky is like, I can build a whole world, and also, yes, space is huge, and also, yes, I can finally play with my friends. So they delivered on that promise. So yeah, I can see why it won out of those. Best indie game, Hades won because it's dope as fuck.
Yeah.
Some other nominees were Carrion, Fall Guys, Spelunky 2, and Spiritfarer. Now I'm wondering if this list was put together before or after Among Us came out, because holy shit, like Among Us should have been honorable mention. For games that blew up in 2020, I mean that yeah, so yeah, best mobile game, Among Us. Easy money, easy
Free.
clap. Free. Yeah, I mean everyone's almost heard of Among Us right now. The game, like, it came out at the perfect price point. Game's $5. It's free on mobile.
I mean, I have it and I've never played it.
Yeah, no, I hear it's fun. I mean, like the toughest part about it is like finding 10 people you can play with that because it's more fun that way. And also probably doing it over Discord. But I mean, like for streamer games, for games that are like fun little games that you can just kind of play with your friends, but still have a blast. Yeah, Among Us is up there, man. It's like Lie to Your Friend Simulator, only it's kind of fun. But yeah, other big games that grew this year, Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact came from the idea supposedly that they wanted to make a Zelda Breath of the Wild, but with anime waifus,
Pretty much.
and free. And they did all of those things. And that's an insane idea, but it's also genius because holy shit. Make a game as good or deep or fun as Breath of the Wild, make it free, put waifus in it, and then charge people for their costumes. They're printing dollars. Easy. Free. So like, yeah, I still haven't gotten around to playing it, but it's on my list because it's like, oh shit, I don't have to pay money for this unless I want more shit. Sign me up. Like,
Yeah.
this is just a fun game, and it's a single player game. Like it's kind of breaking the freemium microtransactions mold of like, well, we're gonna make a microtransactions game, but you have to play with other people. And it's like, no, I don't. I just want a fun game I can play. And they did that, and a lot of people really like it. So kudos to that. I think it was like a Chinese studio, but I mean, all great ideas, all capitalized on, all to make a really fun product a lot of people enjoy. So great business sense, good game design, great art design. You can't follow any of that. Good job. And then I guess the other nominees were like Legends of Runeterra, which I think is like a card League of Legends game. I don't know. Like, I don't know much about it. And then Pokemon Cafe Mix, which I also don't know much about. And then Call of Duty Mobile, which I hear a lot of people really like. I'm not gonna be the type. I'm not gonna judge anyone who plays Call of Duty on their phone. I just feel like as someone who grew up playing shit like that on a controller, I'd rather play on a controller. But
Oh,
I mean,
dude,
big
shoot
up,
him in.
yeah, big ups to people that play FPSs on phone. Like they came up with a really cool UI interface to do that.
Yeah,
I
what's
just
that all
think,
about?
yeah, I don't know. I would just go crazy trying to play an FPS on a phone. I'd be like, "Where's the buttons? I want controller. I want shooty with trigger." But yeah, best community support. Fall Guys won that. Best VR AR, Half-Life Alyx. Yes, there was a new Half-Life game that came out this year. Yes, crazy, I know. Valve did it to sell VR headsets. Yes, Valve can still design games. We didn't know that, but they could. I heard Half-Life Alyx is really fun. It almost makes me want to spend $1,000 on a Valve Index. I won't, but it almost makes me want to.
Almost.
But yeah, no, I mean, I definitely think VR. Having played a little bit of VR gaming on a friend's VR headset, I definitely think VR, AR, XR is a future of a lot of technology. I just don't think we're there yet. But it's apps like this which are going to help drive up the install base. So I got to give credit where credit's due. Best action game, Hades. It was up against Doom, Half-Life, Neo 2, and Streets of Rage 4. Streets of Rage 4, also something I didn't think we'd get this year, but also very, very, very cool.
Yeah, the game kicks ass.
Holy shit. I mean, I don't know if it was the perfect year for it, but like taking out your aggression with a classic beat 'em up, good ass time. Good ass time.
Yeah, no, it's I've had a lot of fun. I played through and beat it with a friend.
Yep, I played it with you a little bit too.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I don't even remember who I played it with, but I actually I double dipped on that one because I liked it so much.
Yeah, I have it on the Switch and PC. I have it on the Switch. I haven't got it on the PC yet, but I plan to. It's a very, very good game.
Double dip.
Double dip. Best action adventure. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Will-O-Wisp, Jedi Fallen Order. Last of Us won that. But I will say Fallen Order was a cool ass game. They basically decided to make, let's do Dark Souls but Star Wars, and yes, that was an amazing idea. They were absolutely right. Just a cool game so much that people want to see characters from that show up in Mandalorian. So cool game. Spider-Man Miles Morales spinoff. I mean, exaggerated swagger of a black man aside, a very cool game. So I mean, showed off kind of the PS5's, awesome loading times. It was a launch title for the PS5, so PS5 at least has the games, or some of them. But no, I heard that was really fun. It had its own kind of unique differences from Spider-Man, Spider-Man, and people liked it a lot. Best role-playing game went to Final Fantasy Remake. Final Fantasy is an RPG. I mean, I guess you role play as Cloud. I don't know, like I think RPG is such a general term right now. It doesn't really capture all of what an RPG could be. Because yes, it's an RPG, but I mean, Cloud is he's kind of a blank slate, but he's also kind of a fixed character too. But I mean, yeah,
he's definitely a blank slate at first. But he sort of he starts to flesh out later on in the game.
Yeah. As I said, I think there's different forms of RPGs where it lets you kind of build your own character, or it just lets you kind of choose the actions of a character already there. I think the only one that's the true blank slate on this list of Game Awards nominees was Wasteland 3, which is it's basically a full RPG, build your own character, do shit you want to do, stuff like that, choose different factions. But yeah, there were some dope games that came out this year, man. Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon. It's basically Japanese GTA, but it's supposed to be more fun, and it is very fun.
Well,
it's yeah.
It's an RPG, right?
So they changed. If you don't, most of the people who listen probably don't know anything about the Yakuza games, but yeah, they were basically like GTA's, but had kind of action combat style systems. Think I wouldn't say think Batman, but similar kind of action combat. And they decided, no, we're just gonna be different. We're actually gonna make this one a turn-based RPG for Yakuza 7, and it worked out amazing. So it's super fucking fun. They wanted to make it's actually called Like a Dragon, only in the US title. The Japanese title is Yakuza 7 Dragon Quest, because the main character got dropped on a head when he was a kid and loves Dragon Quest. So at a certain point he starts hallucinating that shit's like Dragon Quest, and everyone just rolls with it. But the game kind of meta plays like an RPG, but it's cool as fuck. It's super fucking cool.
Did you hear that the director of that wants to take? I believe it was the director of Yakuza 7, but he was saying that he wants to try to make a Sonic game.
I didn't hear that, but I mean, if anything he makes with this much polish, I'm interested in, at least to try, because goddamn, this was a cool game. That was unexpected, especially with like a big divergence from what they were originally doing in the past. But yeah, it's basically like a GTA with fun mini games, and its own kind of quirky style. It doesn't take itself as seriously as GTA is. So if you're an American who's never played a Yakuza game, there's a bajillion places people will tell you to start. Some people will tell you to start with 0. Some people will tell you to start with like Kiwami 2. The naming convention of Yakuza is insane, but I mean honestly, the cool thing about Yakuza 7 is you can just drop in right there and not have played any of it and still enjoy it. Because they wanted to start with this game and absolutely did a great job.
Kiwami
Um,
means extreme. I just
yep.
have to say
Oh,
that. I don't know why, but I do.
yeah, learn Japanese every day.
Hey.
Best fighting game winner was Mortal Kombat 11. Fighting game people love to complain, but holy shit, this was probably the biggest budget fighting game ever made. It looks like the biggest budget fighting game ever made, and it's pretty fucking polished too.
Yeah.
So big up fucking NetherRealm, WB Studios. Big ups to Ed Boon, who's been fucking spearheading Mortal Kombat since the fucking 90s when like shit was like mo-capped people on a background in 2D. Like the man's been in the industry a long time. He knows how to make a clean fucking game. This is a really good fucking game and a really good fucking fighting game. And yeah, different fighting game artists have tastes of like, well, I like this and I don't like this, and they're very picky. But it's still a really cool fucking game, guys. It's probably the best fighting game they've ever made. In fact, a lot of people bitch now because they think it's overbalanced,
Really?
which is hilarious bitch for fighting game players
Oh
because
yeah.
fighting are even quicker to bitch when something's unbalanced. But no, they're like, oh, it's overbalanced. I can't do crazy shit I was able to do in the last game. It's just like, what the hell do you want? But no, Mortal Kombat 11 is a cool ass game. If you can get it for cheap, you should try it. It keeps getting cheaper and cheaper because that's kind of the way WB's business model works. You get more and more stuff with it. But if you want a fighting game to hop into, have a good time. It has amazing online because WB in the United States companies will spend the money to make good online. Try Mortal Kombat 11.
Hey August,
Uh,
have
yeah,
I showed you my my salt ham
you have it.
that I made?
I mean,
Okay, so I don't know if you can see it on stream, but when it pops up, this is for when I'm playing some fighting games.
yep.
I don't know if you it says salt now.
Oh, God, hold on. I'm gonna want to see that NACL screen. Yeah, show me the salt cam.
It should be on right now if it's not popping up.
Oof, let me reload. I'm
Reload.
not seeing.
It's not. Is it just me? It's
I'm
my
just seeing
face.
Tekken. I'm seeing Tekken.
I should be in the corner on
Oh
the
yes, it's salt now. Ah, yeah, that's funny. I like it. That reminds me of like Punko's
Angry
Angry
Puko.
Now.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I just
cool.
I think I'm gonna change it to just salty,
Yeah.
but just to sort of
No, I mean, in fighting game, people will get the joke, but
yeah, totally.
yeah, no, it's funny. I like it. Best family game was voted as Crossing One, Eat Out, Mario Origami. Yeah, we got a new Paper Mario this year. It kind of hype kind of died after it came out, but we got a new Paper Mario this year.
As it do.
I don't know. Nintendo fans are that's a franchise that changes a ton every game, and I think a lot of Nintendo fans kind of get pissed because they like certain games and don't like others, and they want shit back, and that's not the way Nintendo does things. So that's between Nintendo and God, and what people want is kind of irrelevant. But yeah, a new Paper Mario came out this year, and it had good things about it, but the fans want a new Thousand-Year Door, and they will not get it. It looks like. Um, Best sim strategy, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, honestly, it's no big secret why they won this. They literally simulated the entire planet, and we're just like, yeah, fly wherever the fuck you want. Like that's insane. Like they literally like GPS mapped out pretty much the entire planet and just said, "Yeah, these are real airports. These are our real locations. Please fly wherever the fuck you want." Um, real like I don't know if it's real weather, but it's like it's a special like weather system that updates. It might actually have live weather. I wouldn't be surprised. Like that's the insane level of detail these people got up to. But yeah, it's I think it's like the first like true Earth mapping flight simulator. It might not be, but like they put a shit ton of detail in this and it shows. So yeah, Flight Simulator 2020. Holy fucking shit, Microsoft. This is
Yeah,
insane.
wow.
Very, very cool. Other cool sims that came out this year: Crusader Kings 3, Desperados, Gears Tactics, which is like an XCOM Gears of War game. That's cool. I want to play it. I already like XCOM though. XCOM Chimera Squad. They wanted to make a Squalor Squad based XCOM game. They did. People enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else can be said there. Best sports racing sim. We got a new Tony Hawk game this year. That was really an old Tony Hawk game, but it was good. So
One
I'm
and two.
okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got basically a definitive remaster of 1 and 2 with modern graphics, new and old skateboarders, and was actually like a lot of the new mechanics that we loved that were made during the underground. And it all came out in one game, and it was really well polished and didn't have a shit ton of glitches and really easy to play. And
Yeah.
people still love Tony Hawk because Tony Hawk is a masterclass in fun game design. So yeah, people love this too. So yeah, Vicarious Visions, Activision, amazing. You basically reignited Tony Hawk for a whole nother decade of kids. So yeah, honestly, good on you, big ups. Best multiplayer, Among Us. We already talked about it. Game's fun as fuck. Best debut game, Phantasmaphobia. Haven't played it, mean to. It's got some really cool VR features and other stuff. Best esports event, League of Legends. Not super in the league, but good on them. Best esports game, League. I mean, League has been doing League sports for a while. That's not surprising.
League
But
sports.
yeah, esports. But yeah, no, I mean this was definitely a year of gaming. For a lot of people because a lot of people had more time at home or they're spending more time at home. And yeah, I mean it's cool that gaming is becoming, you know, a big part of pop culture. As someone who's always thought it was awesome, you know, it's cool to see, you know, something become more mainstream.
For sure. It's a great thing, man.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, I'm almost wrapped up here. Let's see, 20. Are there any things you're looking forward to in? I mean, I could talk about TV shows for 2020 for another day,
yeah,
or
yeah.
like relation shows for another day. But like, what are you looking forward to in 2021? Is there anything big like film, pop culture, media, anything?
Oh man. Oh, let me think. Damn, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking forward to. I feel like I like follow so many fighting games or whatever. I'd tell you what I would like to see. I would like to see more fighting games or like I'm kind of wondering who they're going to release next on Tekken 7. Uh and
Yeah. Tekken was. I mean, they even made Tekken work better online this year. Like just because of COVID, like they realized
yeah.
they had online was such a big pull on this year. As someone who tries to stay up on fighting games and watches tournaments fairly actively, it was cool to see in a year that had a lot of that basically had to deep six all of the in-person tournaments. A lot of really cool online tournaments were started up, and a lot of companies really came out to try to support that. And it'll be weird kind of seeing it dip back or split back when like COVID's over and people are going back to in-person tournaments because a lot of really cool weeklies that people watch every week, like weekly fighting game tournaments on East Coast, West Coast, kind of the best of the areas, couldn't meet in person. So they decided to hold online events. And some of these online events were even more hype to me than the in-person events because the in-person events are people that usually live within like 60, 100 miles of the location that have to drive in. But no, it's like you can have people from all around the state. And when the Wi-Fi is good, or not the Wi-Fi, but when the internet's the networking in the game is good, people from all around the country can play. And like, I don't know if I'm gonna want to give that up. Seeing like people from like Philly play people from New York, or people from Florida playing people from New York, in fighting games, just because like we can do that, or the people all around the country playing other greats from all around the country, and seeing like that level of talent happen in a weekly as opposed to like 2 or 3 times per year. That's going to be sad to give up. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the fighting game community decides to split its talent, once we end COVID, decide whether or not they want to be like, well, we got to keep this online shit going because this is amazing, or are we going to go back to the in-person shit? I think it's going to go both ways. I think some people are going to be like, stay with the online hype, because I mean, online is becoming pretty much almost a legitimate form of play. And some people are going to go with the in-person hype because that's its own thing too, and some people like that more. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, 2021. I'm definitely interested in seeing what's going to come out. I know shit's been held back. We've been waiting on James Bond since like I think February or May, so I'll be really interested to see that when it comes out. I know MGM just sold its entire studio, so they were.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're already broke, and James Bond money's cost a shit ton. So not having that movie come out this year probably hurt them a shit ton too. But yeah, I mean, we still will. That movie's done. So regardless of who owns MGM now, we get the James Bond sequel this year, the last Daniel Craig Bond, which I'm pretty excited for. We're supposed to get Black Widow. We'll probably get that sometime this year. The Marvel hero TV shows, so like their own Marvel TV universe stuff's gonna happen. Like WandaVision, Loki is getting a TV show. Captain America: Winter Soldier is getting a TV show. Those will all be really cool. Hopefully, I'm excited for them. And yeah, I mean, other like I'm sure there's some really cool games that are going to come out next year. I haven't really been paying attention on the games front so much, just because so much crazy stuff came out this year. But yeah, no, I think it's going to be a really cool year for a lot of stuff, especially once COVID kind of lays off, people are able to kind of go back and do stuff in person, and find out that now they have all this like really cool online infrastructure to distribute things. Like I know a lot of studios are now looking at that HBO model and being like, maybe we can make some extra money by releasing movies on our streaming services as opposed to just doing it in theaters. So it could be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm actually more I'm also just excited to have movies come out that aren't in theaters, and of course, theaters are nice, but streaming services are also pretty dope too.
Yeah, no, it'll be real nice to have new new movies again. Just do anything. Oh my god, the entertainment industry definitely got deep sixes here. A lot of TV shows even got shut down for production because of COVID. I'm pretty sure like one show, I can't remember if it was like Law and Order or some dumb show. They decided to do like an entire back half of their show animated because they couldn't get the actors in person or some crazy shit. I can't remember what show did that. I want to say it could have been something else. But like, there's just a lot of weird experiments that had to happen this year because like COVID interrupted a lot of film practices. And like, yeah, you get even like crazy moments where like you get the Tom Cruise rant of him going off on people for not following COVID procedures. But I mean, that shit can be real. If one person gets COVID, the whole fucking studio has to go down for however long it takes to make sure no one else has COVID. And like a lot of big, like his main complaint was like a lot of big movie studios are looking at us right now and wondering, like, based on how we do, whether or not they should do anything. So like that entire industry is kind of being hamstrung because of COVID. And like it's one of those things that like he had a point. Like you guys should take this seriously in a certain way.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's gonna be interesting. Like I really hope film and TV comes back. I know it was definitely a fun way, easy way to pass the time during 2020. I know I saw a lot of funny memes about how like uh I saw a meme about like a statue to the great heroes of 2020. It was just a dude sitting on a couch like playing a Switch. But like, I mean, really, like if you could stay home, like if you had a job that allowed you to stay home, and not everyone did, because I mean, yeah, that's the economic world we live in. Our government didn't do anything to help people that could or couldn't or lost their jobs. I mean, yeah, we suck. We know. Hopefully, we get better. But the people that could stay home or work from home or ended up having the financial stability to take time off work for whatever reason, um, yeah, I mean, you best serve the public by staying inside, not going out too much, or at least trying to stay away from accidentally infecting or getting infected other people. So, like, big ups to the people that were able to stay home and try to find some fun stuff to do at home. I'm sure the extra shows on Netflix definitely could have helped, or definitely did help. So yeah, I mean, I think this was a great year for the digestion of culture if you had time to do so. So yeah, I mean, here's hoping in 2021 that everyone learns something from that.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Uh,
yeah, no, I mean, that was kind of my 2021 wrap. I mean, just big ups to the new year. I'm excited to take what I learned about myself, about the world, and try to reapply it, try to get better, try to improve.
I'm ready to wash this 2020 ass out of my mouth.
Hell yeah, for real talk, real talk. Big
Uh, and today is the day we start the teeth brushing.
hell yeah, amen to that. Fucking no orange juice right after, just right about a business.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, but yeah. Yeah, good luck to everybody in 2021. I think we did a pretty thorough recap. We got like a 4-hour recap here.
Yeah.
Um,
Damn.
yeah, I don't think we even went over everything, but I mean, there will be other podcasts on other days that we can do it, and I'm just happy I have bros that are willing to listen to me talk more than I probably should be talking. But yeah, and just hang out with. So thanks for being the homie, Matt, and yeah, good luck to you in 2021, man. Same
Yeah.
same with
August.
Matt, right here right now.
Yeah. 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 August. You did a great job with the podcast, and we'll keep it rocking in 2021, and hopefully we'll just keep on the grind and see where it takes us.
Yeah, make some cool content. Like at the end of the day, enjoying what you make, and enjoying your craft is a part of making your craft special, and then just a part of having fun too. So wherever it takes us, I just hope we can kind of get better at it and learn something while we do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
yeah, and all that good stuff, all that good stuff. So yeah, I like this is yeah, I'm pretty much done for now. But yeah, and let me know what I can do to help also edit, because I'm sure we have to edit out some stuff for the intermissions and stuff like that. But yeah, no, this is a podcast 2, or working title podcast 2. I don't know. We're
Yeah,
still
for
working
sure.
on calling it working title podcast 2. But yeah, good luck in 2021, everybody. I'm out.
Yeah. Peace out, guys. Have a happy New Year's Day. Peace out.